Shabbat Shalom, everyone, and welcome to this week's teaching here on Just a Word. This is Kazak Eliyahu Yasharal, and don't know who my co-host will be today, but we will be with you today. As you see, our title is Stumbling Stone of the Proud, How Pride Endangers Our Salvation. A very important teaching today, a teaching that can sanctify us, that can get us on the path, that can make the difference between our salvation and our destruction. All right, we're going to see how serious pride is and how most of us are actually proud and we don't know that we are proud. All right, I can say for one that pride is one of the greatest, should I say the greatest struggles that I have. And it's not that you have to be a braggart to actually struggle with pride. It's just that pride, we're going to see how pride, we have been grown up with pride, and pride has become a part of every single aspect of our lives, so that we are actually proud. All right, it's back. Let's get it back on to Just a Word Radio. All right, this internet here, please bear with us. It's been very, very rough. I'm just trying to clear out this thing for space so that, yeah, we can record on. Let me get this thing pinned, and it's recording. So yes, so I was saying that pride is probably one of my biggest challenges, and a big challenge, because you really, when someone is digging into themselves and to find imperfections, and pride is right there sitting saying, you don't have to look far, I'm right here. Okay, so before we begin, let me just say, let's just start with ourselves. Let me just start with ourselves as presenters, Shamuel and I. Hey, Shamuel.
Yes, man.
You're there. All right.
I'm here.
So today we're gonna deal with pride. You see, and you and I have been found wanting. The rock has impressed on my heart. And when we're teaching, and times and laughing, that is a manifestation of pride. We should not be laughing while we're teaching. When I say laughing, I mean laughing like when we were presenting about the Hebrew Israelites. It was like, it wasn't done in the right ruach as it should. So when we were speaking about their teachings, we should not be laughing, etc. All right, bro?
Yes, brother.
So we start with ourselves. We have to now look, and we have been cultured and we have been brought up. Let me see. To be proud.
Yeah.
we're going to look at that very soon, but we're going to look at the meaning of proud first before we go any further. But yeah, continuing on what we were saying, at times we take things and we don't realize. It's when we go and we dig into things and we realize that we have been found wanting. So today, as we are presenting, we hope and we pray that those who are also impacted by this will not take it personally, but will take it as exhortation, reproof, and rebuke in order to make them better persons. Because at times we have people taking it personally. Please do not take it personal. It's nothing personal. It's just going into what the word says. And of course, as I said before, many other things here are also pricking yours truly, but that's how the word is. It is there to make us better persons. All right. So the stumbling stone of the proud. All right. So before I look at that now, when we say the stumbling stone of the proud, we know the stumbling stone is Yahushua HaMashiach. What we have today is a whole world of people, a whole world of believers who are walking in pride. A whole world of us were walking in pride, and most of us don't know. And most of us will not get out of pride because we are going to stumble at the stumbling stone. So, for example, we were talking about the Hebrew Israelites. It's the same thing. As we said, they put the Messiah aside, all right? And we do also at times put the Messiah aside, but Messiah has to be first in all things. So when we put him aside, he becomes a stumbling stone. So when we push him aside, then pride comes in because we are going to replace the Messiah with something else. And that something else is usually something that we do, right? So it is belief in the Messiah, following the Messiah, or else we're going to have a great stumbling stone that we will not be able to overcome. The Apostle Shaul told us in Romans 7 about this stumbling stone, that there is a law in him. In us, he's speaking about generally, he's just speaking metaphorically, that whenever he wants to do good, evil presents itself. And he's telling us at the end that without Hamashiach, then that is how he will continue. So it's Hamashiach and nothing else. All right? So the stumbling stone of the proud, Yochanan 14, verse 6. Go ahead, please.
Yahushua saith unto him, I am the way, the truth.
You sound a little low.
Yeah, I was going to ask. Tell me if I sound a bit low.
Yes, very low.
All right. What about now?
Yeah, sounds better.
Okay. John 14:6. Yahushua saith unto him, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No man cometh unto the Father but by me.
Can you go a little louder?
Yahushua saith, okay.
Yeah. Go ahead. Go again. Yahushua said unto him, I am the way, the truth, and the life.
Yes.
No man cometh unto the Father but by me. We cannot go to the Father except through Yahushua. And through Yahushua means following Yahushua. It means obeying his commands, walking as he walked, living as he lived, striving after the things that he strove after, living the examples that he gave us. Without that, pride is going to slay us, and everything else from the devil is going to slay us. And then we are at John 10:9. Read, please.
I am the door. By me, if any man enter in, he shall be saved, and he shall go in and out and find pasture.
I am the door. The door is where you enter through. by me, if any man enter in, and that if there is a condition, if any man enter in, he shall be saved and shall go in and out and find pasture. So without Yahusha, yes, so no matter what religion we have, we are going to be deficient in the end without Yahusha. And then people who are saying Old Testament only, they have no idea what they are doing. Isaiah 8:13-15. Stumbling stone. Isaiah 8:13-15. Read, please.
Sanctify Yahweh of hosts himself, and let him be your fear, and let him be your dread.
All right. So first of all, we have to sanctify Yahuwah. We have to have our minds, our eyes on Yahuwah, and let him be our fear and let him be our dread. And when he's our fear and our dread, then whatever he says we will do, we will do. As the Messiah says, whoever does the will of my Father in heaven, that is the one that shall enter the kingdom. And the will of the Father is that we believe in his Son. Continue.
And he shall be for a sanctuary, but for a stone of stumbling, for a rock of offense to both the houses of Israel, for a gin and for a snare to the inhabitants of Jerusalem.
All right. He shall be for a sanctuary. If we sanctify him and let him be our fear and be our dread, he will be a sanctuary. So problems like pride, you'll be able to get over if we let Yahuwah be your fear and our dread. But he says, but he's going to be a stumbling stone and a rock of offense for Israel and the inhabitants of Jerusalem. Verse 15.
And many among them shall stumble and fall, and be broken, and be snared, and be taken.
So here is where pride will eat us up. If we do not, if Yahuwah is a stumbling stone to us, and we're going to see that that stumbling stone has been given to us in this new covenant in the form of Yahushua HaMashiach. And if we stumble at that stumble stone, many of us shall stumble and fall and be broken and be snared and taken. So we have to follow the Messiah, or else he is going to enable us to stumble and fall and be broken and snared and taken. And we're going to see this the same thing with pride. Without HaMashiach, there is going to be a stumbling stone, and we will not be able to overcome pride. And we're going to see at what is prophesied for those who are proud in the end. Yeah? 1 Peter 2:1-8, now that shows us that the stumbling stone is now HaMashiach in our covenant. Read, please.
Wherefore, laying aside all malice and all guile and hypocrisies and envies and all evil speakings, as newborn babes, desire the sincere milk of the word, that ye may grow thereby.
All right. So we're going to lay aside all of these negative things. All right. And desire the sincere milk of the word, that we may grow thereby. So it's a word that is going to sanctify us, as it's going to be doing today. Verse 3.
If so be ye have tasted that Yahuwah is gracious, to whom coming as unto a living stone, disallowed indeed of men, but chosen of Alua and precious.
So who is this talking about now?
Yahushua HaMashiach.
Disallowed indeed of men. So the Most High has provided us with his Messiah. And many men have disallowed him, have rejected him. Many of us, even those who say we are following the way, we have rejected him because we often deviate and go onto different paths, or we often forget about him in all that we do. But he's chosen of Alua and precious. Now he's talking about us in verse 5.
Ye also, as lively stones, are built up a spiritual house an holy priesthood, to offer spiritual sacrifices acceptable to Allah by Yahushua HaMashiach.
This by here means through. Remember, he said he is the door.
Yeah.
He is the way. No man cometh to the Father but by him, but through him. So we are built up a spiritual house through Yahushua HaMashiach. So if we are not doing anything, whatever we are doing is not through Yahushua HaMashiach, then it is not of the Most High. And then we are going to err. Verse 6.
Wherefore also it is contained in the scripture, behold, I lay in Zion a chief cornerstone, elect, precious, and he that believeth on him shall not be confounded.
That's it. He that believeth on him shall not be confounded. And of course, to believe on him means that you believe enough to make you to act, to follow him, to walk as he walked. He that saith he abideth in him ought himself so to walk even as he walked. 1 John 2:6. Okay?
Yes.
So if we believe in him, verse 7 says,
unto you therefore which believe he is precious, but unto him which be disobedient, the stone which the builders disallowed, the same is made the head of the corner.
All right, so that's it now. So those who believe in him, he is precious because he will lead us through his righteousness. He will lead us unto salvation. But unto them which are be disobedient. And you find that the people who are disobedient, the people who stray away from his words, the people who stray away from Hamashiach and go backwards, those who are disobedient, all right, he is now the stumbling stone to these people. So when the Apostle Shaul was in the New Testament battling against the Pharisees and explaining to them about the law, about walking in the Ruach, and about Hamashiach being the all in all through whom we will find righteousness, not our righteousness, which is of the law, but the righteousness which is through emunah or faith in Messiah. When the Apostle Shaul was battling these people, and then now 2000 and some things, up to now 2022, we have people who have gone back and are actually taking the place of the Pharisees, seeking to be justified by the doings or the workings of the law. Then we know that the Messiah is a stumbling block to those who take their eyes off him. We cannot take our eyes off the Mashiach. Verse 8.
And a stone of stumbling and a rock of offense, even to them which stumble at the word, being disobedient, whereunto also they were appointed.
So, as long as we are disobedient, trying to set up religions, trying to go in our own ways, and that is why we here are steadfast in following the way, in striving to see exactly what the apostles followed, so that we do not stumble at the word and are not counted to be disobedient. So whatever you hear us teaching here, it is exactly what they taught in the New Covenant, all right? They didn't teach us any religion. They didn't teach us that when we awoke, we would start a religion. They taught us the way. And in the book of Jude, it tells us that it's one way, that it's the emunah, or the faith that was once delivered unto the saints, once delivered, and that we should contend for that way. And Romans 9:30-33. Read, please.
What shall we say then? That the Gentiles, which followed not after righteousness, have attained to righteousness, even the righteousness which is of faith.
So what we're going to see here is the same thing that we're saying playing out today. People seeking to be justified by the doings of the law and not justified by the emunah of Yahusha, not justified by following Yahusha, not justified by abiding in Yahusha. All right? We may be on the streets, and if we are not teaching abiding in the Messiah, then whatever we are teaching is going to be disobedience. Yes? So the Gentiles, and the Gentiles here is G1484, which is ethnos, which is every nation in the world that is not Israel. And of course, these two verses together show you or disprove what the Hebrew Israelites say, that the Gentiles were only Israelites who had become Greeks, because this word is not the word for Greeks. It's not Hellen. It is ethnos, every single Gentile. And these two verses contrast every single Gentile with Israel. Not with Judah or the Jews, but with the entire Israel. So the Gentiles have attained unto righteousness, which is the righteousness which is of emunah, or faith. But what about Israel? Verse 31.
But Israel, which followed after the law of righteousness, hath not attained to the law of righteousness.
Brethren, we cannot go back to this. All right? We have to understand what it means to walk in the letter of the law and not the spirit of the law. We cannot go back to this. This is what I was just talking about. That our people have gone back to this legalistic law keeping in order to be justified. And it says, Israel, which followed after the law of righteousness, hath not attained to the law of righteousness. And verse 32 says,
Wherefore, because they sought it not by faith, emunah, but as it with the works of the law, for they stumbled at that stumbling stone.
You see, this is where we are today, stumbling at the stumbling stone. A lot of us pride ourselves in keeping the law. I do this, I do that. And we are there on social media. The law must be kept and everything. But what about our emunah? What about our faith in Mashiach? That is what justifies us, and that is what makes us attain unto the law of righteousness. That is what makes us righteous. Read 32 and go straight into 33, please.
Wherefore, because they sought it not by faith, but as it were by the works of the law, for they stumbled at that stumbling stone. As it is written, Behold, I lay in Zion a stumbling stone and a rock of offense, and whosoever believeth on him shall not be ashamed.
That's Hamashiach Yahusha. We are going to stumble if we don't focus everything on him. Our brothers on the streets are focusing on being justified by the law, not focusing on Mashiach. And we ourselves, if we take our eyes off Mashiach and seek to be justified by what we do, we are going to be in trouble. All right? We are justified by emunah in Mashiach, which makes us produce good works, which makes us walk in the spirit of the law, which makes us obey the law. But our boast cannot be in the law. Our boast is in Yahuwah, who gave us Yahusha HaMashiach, through whom we can attain unto his righteousness. All right? So the stumbling stone, pride is always going to be there as long as the stumbling stone is avoided. And Yahukanan 15:6 for another one in this topic. Yahukanan 15 verse 6. Read, please.
If a man abide not in me, he is cast forth as a branch and is withered, and men gather them and cast them into the fire, and they are burned.
That's it. So in seeking to overcome pride, in seeking to overcome lust, in seeking to overcome any single sin, if we don't abide in Hamashiach, he is going to throw us away. And in the end, we are going to be burned. And remember, most of us will not know that he has cast us away until the very end, which is why we have Matthew 7:21-23.
Wow.
When he returns, and he shall say, Master, Master. And he said, depart from me, I know you not. I'm going to say, but we prophesied in your name. We did this. Yes?
Yeah.
We taught in your name.
We did many miracles.
We taught many people. We brought many people to you in your name. He says, depart from me, ye workers of lawlessness, ye workers of iniquity. Because we did not know and we were here. And this is why sanctifying teachings like these are very important for us to examine ourselves. Because we are going to be here thinking that we're good, not knowing that we are actually filthy and in need of salvation. So it's Hamashiach that is the key. No matter what you say, if your religion is not centered, focused on Hamashiach, it doesn't make any sense. People coming to me with Old Testament only. Oh, the New Testament is this and that. I think those people who have been following Just a Word with the different teachings that we did, we must realize by this, as I have realized, that the teachings have actually proven the New Testament to be a true document, because we have gone into so much depth of precept upon precept of matching up, and we see how the New Testament matches up beautifully with the Old Testament. But they are saying, no, it contradicts the Old Testament. So when they come with that, the stumbling stone has caused them to stumble. And we know when the stumbling stone is there, then boy, it's not a good thing. It's not a good look. All right? Anyway, so let's look at the meaning of different meanings of proud. Because we're not done with you and I yet, Shamuel. You and I are going to get some, use ourselves as examples.
Some whipping.
Yeah?
It's good. It's good.
Yeah.
Very
sacrificial,
good.
Yeah, sacrificial
Lambs.
examples.
Lambs.
Yeah. All right, so the Hebrew, different meanings of proud. We have here zud, zid, or zud or zid, to seed figuratively, to be insolent. So that is one aspect of it, to be insolent. People listen to the meanings and then judge yourselves. All right, don't look to judge other people, judge yourselves to see if these apply to you. Be proud, deal proudly, presume, come presumptuously. Another one over here is gaboa, which means elevated or elated, powerful, arrogant. Some of the meanings can be positive as well. All right, arrogant, haughty, height, high, lofty, proud, exceeding, proudly. Another set of meanings here, because proud is has so many different variations in their meanings. I just gave 4 of the variations. All right. Even saw another one, but I didn't, it was so similar to the others. I didn't bother to put it. So this one is Gahava. It means arrogance or majesty. By implication, concretely ornament, excellency, haughtiness, highness, pride, proudly, swelling. Then we have the one that is used in the New Testament, puffed up, which is actually pride, fusio, from G5449 in the primary sense of blowing, to inflate, that is figuratively to make proud or haughty, to puff up. So we see that pride is when we elevate ourselves, we feel too highly of ourselves and try to put down others and ourselves elevated. Yeah. So many meanings, I don't even know which one to zero in on. Puffed up, you know, as we say in Jamaica, big up your chest. Means, you know, when you're proud, your pride, you push out your chest. Yeah. It also means arrogance. That's another one. Really extreme. And which other one? Yeah, arrogant, haughty, elevated. Yeah. So, yeah, so pride, that and that has become a natural part of our makeup, because you will sit here and you will be criticizing someone. I will be criticizing someone as being proud. And we have all been programmed for pride. Let me get this there. In our upbringing in Babylon, Babylon has programmed us for pride. They have programmed us to be proud because their monetary economic system depends on pride. So, pride in appearance. You will not want to wear the same garment every day. You're going to want to be changing to show off. You know, your pretty clothes. So guess what? The fashion industry, the clothing industry thrives off that. All right?
Yeah.
All right. You're growing up, your little daughters from they were young, especially when you have hair like ours, that can be styled into so many different styles. We grow them. You cannot go out on the road like that. And every few days, the child has to give another style. That child grows up with the same pride. You cannot go on the road looking like that. Your hair has to be well groomed. You have to be, that pride in the hair grows in that child. All right? And so that child has to go and style that hair. And guess what? When the child grows, it goes with her. And that blooms into what? The beauty industry. All of these are multi-billion-dollar industries. The beauty industry, where the child eventually gets so caught up in changing hair that she will have her hair that looks similar to another hair out there. And she will cut off her hair and go and replace it with hair that she buys from the beauty industry. That's how we are programmed for pride. And we are also programmed in school to compete with each other, with each other in terms of grade and placement in school. Ooh, I came first and you're rewarded, and everybody knows the one who came first and you got honors and you're this and that. It's a competition and it brings pride with it. Sports.
Yes.
Well, we're growing up in Jamaica. We start competition from prep school. From the children are 3 years old or so, they are competing at sports. And then the ones who do well, they go on and they continue. And there is this pride in coming first, or who's the fastest, who's this? Pride in sports. We have been groomed on pride. Pride of life, again, we don't want to be the one who is the least in our community. We don't want to look the worst. We don't want to have the worst. And so the pride lets us go out and consume, build beautiful houses, buy a pretty car, and even when the car is not giving trouble, we change it because of pride. Pride. So Babylon thrives off all of this. All of these things that I'm telling you deals with spending. And so Babylon thrives off pride. And and it's because of this pride that has been engendered in us, which is gonna make pride a problem for all of us. Okay? We were cultured in that way, and some of them, like I was about 45, then I first when I left the world. Yeah, I was a big man. So all this pride and this weight has been with me for some time. And some of you might also attest to that. All of that upbringing will be with you. Okay? So how do we deal with it? I'm going to see how we deal with it. So I want to look specifically now at the pride of life. What is this thing? The pride of life. This is it more generally. With all the things that we just said, it can be summarized in the pride of life. Read, please, bro.
1 John 2, verse 16 to 17. For all that is in the world, the lust of the flesh and the lust of the eyes and the pride of life is not of the Father, but is of the world.
Mm-hmm.
And the world passeth away, and the lust thereof, but he that does the will of Allah abideth forever.
So the lust of the eyes and the pride of life is not of the Father, but is of the world. So what did we say? Babylon programs us to pride. So the pride of life that we have, the pride of life of appearances, of achievements, of all of those things, it is of the world. It is of Babylon and not of the Father. We have to understand that. All right? And all of those things will fade away, will pass away. But the most important thing is to do the will of our Father. Okay? And the pride here from the pride of life is another word, alazania, which comes from G213 braggadocio. We know braggadocious from that word. That is by implication self-confidence, boasting, pride. Boasting, the pride of life, is of the world. It is not of our Father. Okay? So let's just get ourselves some attention here. We looked at this last time, or the time before. The proud are cursed. Psalm 119:21. Read, please.
Thou hast rebuked the proud that are cursed, which do err from thy commandments.
So when we err from the Most High's commandments, when we are proud and we err from the Most High's commandments, it says the proud are cursed. So that is why this teaching is very important, because we may be cursed and we don't know. We have to pay attention to pride. So, and that is the importance of this teaching. Okay? So there's another meaning of proud again. Zade or Zaid. Zaid from H2102, arrogant, presumptuous, or proud. So those who are presumptuous, those who are arrogant, and we know arrogance means those who will not listen. That's another thing.
All right, I'm sure Brother Kazak will join us shortly. We just internet issues, yeah. Yeah, everything is still working.
Yeah.
Everything is still working, bro. So you can continue.
Okay, let me get the radio. The radio should be off every time. Yeah, take it off this. On airplane mode. All right. And take it off the phone. Yeah. All right. So, yeah. Again, I forgot to say that in this teaching, you can interject. Brother Shamuel, Brother Mahar, and Brother El Pedro can interject so we get more inspirations through this, all right? Don't want to be the only one that is talking. All right. So, with all that being said about pride, with all that's been said about pride, it shows the importance of the new man in Hamashiach. Remember, we said Hamashiach is a stumbling stone. Now, the only way to overcome pride is the new man. And we know the scriptures about the new man. And the new man is in Hamashiach. Ephesians 4:22. Go ahead, please.
That ye put off concerning the former conversations the old man, which is corrupt according to the deceitful lust.
Mm-hmm.
And
all right, so hear this now. Oh, sorry about that. All right, hear this now. That you put off concerning the former conversation, the old man. Now, me as an example now, I've always been a laugher. Yes? Always been a laugher. Wherever the humor is, that's where I am. But that doesn't work well in Yahuwah's business. That is the former conversation. Yes? That must be the former conversation, which is in coming from the old man. For example, when I was in high school, they called me Smiley while I was at my second high school. Because all I did all the time is just laugh. That's me, just laugh. Everything, laugh. Even when there's no joke, I find a joke in it, laughing. But it says that comes from the old man, which is what, Shamuel?
Which is corrupt.
Old man corrupt according to the deceitful lusts. But what should we do? Verse 23.
And be renewed in the spirit of your mind.
Mm-hmm. Renewed. Continue.
And that ye put on the new man, which after Alua is created in righteousness and true holiness.
So this is what we are striving for. We are striving for the death of the old man so that the new man, renewed by our mind, the rock of our mind, so that we can be created in righteousness and true holiness. Colossians 3:10-17. Again, today is a day of sanctification. We are looking at sanctifying ourselves, cleansing ourselves, getting ourselves clean and ready for Hamashiach. Read, please.
And have put on the new man, which is renewed in knowledge after the image of him that created him.
Renewed in knowledge. Right? When you have knowledge, then you get the understanding. And it's through the understanding that we know that we are short and we are deficient. And so we strive after becoming after the image of the Most High who created us. Continue.
Where there is neither Greek nor Jew, circumcision nor uncircumcision, barbarian, Scythian, bond nor free, but Mashiach is all and in all.
You see this thing here?
Yeah.
It's a dangerous statement, you know. It's a very dangerous statement. What it's actually saying here, it does not matter. You cannot, a lot of us, because we are Israelites, we make it seem as if that will get us into the kingdom. But if you do not have Hamashiach, if you are not following Hamashiach, if Mashiach is a stumbling stone, then you are in problems. Okay? And here I went on to tell you about different nations. So when you are in Hamashiach, everybody now becomes equal because it is now righteousness. It is now righteousness, which is the standardizer and not any works or anything that you have done or who you actually are. All right? So the promises are for who you are, but who you are does not save you. Verse 12.
Put on, therefore, as the elect of Alua, holy and beloved, bowels of mercy, kindness, humbleness of mind, meekness, long suffering.
All right. So here we go now. Somebody was saying this week that you guys are like Christians, like we're teaching, like you must be obedient to your oppressors or something like that. And we're going to look at this further on down in the teaching because it's very important that we get the understanding as to where we should be in this time in relation to our oppressors. Because pride is going to get us in trouble in that respect as well. So we as believers put on humbleness of mind, meekness and long suffering. What does that mean? It means that if we have to go through suffering, we have to be patient through our suffering with humility, with meekness. Because here is another thing why the Messiah is a stumbling stone. Our Hebrew Israelite brothers who are coming out of the awakening, coming up in the awakening, they attribute humbleness of mind, meekness, long suffering at the hand of the oppressors. They attribute it as weakness. They believe that we have to aggressively go out, curse the oppressors. We have to put them in their place. We have to, you know how they deal with the oppressors. It is the opposite. We have to continue to be meek and long suffering. And we're going to show that. Because in saying that it is a weakness for us to say, turn the other cheek, etc., then what they are actually doing, the Messiah has actually become a stumbling stone. Because those are the things that the Messiah taught us to do. Because in this covenant, we are to be like Hamashiach. When Hamashiach returns, when the Most High takes us out of this captivity, he will empower us. And when he empowers us, then we will be the head and they will be the tail. But until the Mashiach comes to deliver us, we are the tail and they are the head. And we're going to show how we are wrong for allowing our pride in who we are to get us to usurp against these people. Verse 13.
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead, El Pedro.
Yeah, I was saying that our issue here is in regards to who we associate with. Once we have come to light, even those we associate with matter a great deal, because if we do not change the people that we align ourselves with, surely we shall find ourselves in competition with those whom we think they know nothing and we know better. Unless we associate ourselves with those who are filled with Yahusha, who are filled with Ruach of the Father, then we shall still remain in competition with the world as to who does what, who knows what, because the little words that are spoken also, they do determine exactly what's our position in regards to pride.
Yeah.
We may have spoken a word that showed that we are in a better position than the others. That is not acceptable either. So therefore, we need to see who our friends are, who do we align ourselves with, so as to practice the meekness, as to practice humbleness. Because if we not do so, we need to remember that Yahuwah hated the proud and exalted the humble. So therefore, we need to do this in this line that we associate with people. Our conversations are with our brothers, so that we are filled with wisdom. We are filled with Yahusha, and therefore we shall be meek. Thank you.
And
Filled with humility.
Yes.
So when we are together, In any group, we have to be of one mind and one aim. We might not all have reached a certain level of perfection, but we are all striving along the same path, which is very, very
Yes.
important.
It goes back. It goes back to the most holiest and sacred law called the law of consecration. And I think it's a teaching that at some point we need to bring forth to the brothers and sisters. It's the most holiest hall that holds the entire Shemayim together. And this is what we need to know to seal up every other understanding we have concerning Mashiach and the law. It's very important.
Yeah. All right, verse 14.
And above all these things, put on charity, which is bond of perfectness, which is the bond
All
of
right,
perfectness.
love perfects everything. Okay? And that is why before the Mashiach left, he said several times, this thing I command you, that you love one another. Love one another as I have loved you. Love one another. He kept saying it because love is the bond of perfectness. Verse 15.
And let the peace of Allah rule in your hearts, to the which also ye are called in one body, and be ye thankful.
You see all the different advice?
Yeah.
Be thankful and let the shalom of Allah rule in our hearts. But it all boils down to Hamashiach, verse 16.
Let the word of Mashiach dwell in you richly in all wisdom, teaching and admonishing one another in psalms and hymns and spiritual songs, singing with grace in your hearts to Yahuwah.
17.
Sorry, to dwell on 16, which is what many of our brothers find difficult to do. This is the very difficult part. And whenever you would want to reach out to engage with other brothers and sisters out there, this is the reaction they give you, the opposite of this. Richly, to dwell in you richly in all wisdom, teaching and admonishing one another. All right, one another. We share, we inspire, we encourage everything to one another to what? To thoroughly equip the saint in what? In good works. And this is what it's all for, not to exert oneself as better than the other. So yeah, it is something I just wanted to add on to it as well, to be able to allow ourselves to be taught and be taught as well, to encourage and inspire one another, in
verse 17, yeah. Okay.
Sorry, before brother goes there, where can I speak?
Yes, bro.
Yeah, go ahead.
Admonishing one another, singing hymns, psalms, spiritual songs. Here we face one hurdle that we need to look at as people who have come to know the truth and obey Yahuwah. Because what happens is we have come from the world that has sort of taken everything. Let's say the circus, the cult did not manage to influence the world. The world has influenced the church. So what happens is we tend to take those things that were composed for the idols and bring them into the house, into the assembly of Yahuwah. We need to be very careful with this, because Yahuwah shall give us a new song in which we shall praise him, with which we shall praise him. So we do have this thing that, that hymn was so beautiful, was so good, that was composed for idols, not to worship Yahuwah. We need to be very careful with this. Yahuwah shall give us a new song so as to bring praise to his holy name. That is very important.
Very true, brother Pedro.
I rest my case.
Very true. Thank you very much, brother. Very, very true. Oh, okay, brother Kazak fell off. What you're saying, brother Pedro, is very true, because I remember in Christianity, at some point in another era in the church, they started converting worldly secular songs into Christian songs. And it was one of the things that used to really get me ticking, because I'm like, wait, am I the only one feeling this way? Because there's something wrong here. But I couldn't get the boldness to speak out because everyone in the church seemed to see it as okay. You know, they took songs like Celine Dion, you know, songs that used to arouse many of us in our worldly days when we'd go in pursuit of worldly things, women and all that. And then they just turned the lyrics with the name JC and God, and then somehow they say it's right. And I used to sit thinking, and I know a couple of churches that literally do this. And if now we are called again, the next step, we are called again to follow Mashiach, and we are awakened and quickened from religion into the way, how do we then come back and then carry the songs of the adults in Christianity and then bring it and follow us again into the altar or into the presence of the Most High again? Then we are literally regurgitating and recycling the very same wicked nature. And bro, see, you can continue since you're back. Oh, did he fall off again? Oh, okay.
All right, verse 17.
And whatsoever ye do in word or deed, do all in the name of Yahushua HaMashiach, giving thanks to Allah and the Father by him.
This is what we're getting at. Whatsoever you do in word or deed, do all in the name of Yahushua HaMashiach. It all points to him, giving thanks to Allah and the Father through him. All right? Everything points to Yahushua HaMashiach. 2 Corinthians 15, 17 to 21. 2 Corinthians 5. Go ahead, please.
Therefore, if any man be in Mashiach, he is a new creature. All things are passed away. Behold, all things are become new.
All right, so this is how we overcome this pride. All things are passed away. So if any man is in Mashiach, everything from the old has to be passed away. All things have to become new. All right, so this is why when you see any flaw, you have to deal with it right away through belief in Mashiach. All right, verse 18.
And all things are of Allah, who hath reconciled us to himself by Yahushua HaMashiach, and hath given to us the ministry of reconciliation.
All right, so Yahushua is the door to the Most High. And oh yeah, here's the next verse that I was coming at. Verse 19.
To wit, that Allah was in Mashiach, reconciling the world unto himself, not imputing their trespasses unto them, and hath committed unto us the word of reconciliation.
So if we are not in Hamashiach, then we cannot be reconciled to Yahuwah. We cannot. And that is why Hamashiach is the stumbling stone. Verse 20.
Now then we are ambassadors for Mashiach, as though Allah did beseech you by us. We pray you in Mashiach's stead. Be ye reconciled to Allah.
And of course, the only way you can be reconciled to Allah is through Yahushua Mashiach. Verse 21.
For he hath made him to be sin for us who knew no sin, that we might be made the righteousness of Allah in him.
That we may be made the righteousness of Allah in him. So without being in him, then we cannot be made the righteousness of Allah. We're fighting a losing battle. So that is why everyone who sidesteps Hamashiach, even for a minute or for a second, cannot preach or teach without there being pride. Okay? Has to be, because self is going to be there all the time. All right? So we're going to look at the danger of pride. And as we said, Shamuel and I are going to be first up. The danger of pride. We're going to look at mocking. And mocking, when I studied this, I realized that mocking is not what I actually thought it was. It was more than I thought it was. because there was someone who made a comment on the Hebrew Israelite teaching that we did last, that we were laughing at the guys, and he said it was wicked and evil and all of that. And so I didn't see it as that at the beginning. And then, I went and said, let me look into what he's actually saying. And I started digging. And I realized that he was right. Maybe not wicked or evil in the sense that we were actually highlighting their errors, but evil or wrong in the sense that we were actually mocking them. And I don't think Shamal even knew that we were actually mocking them. But when we're looking at mocking now, we're going to see that we're actually mocking them according to the Most High, not according to us. All right? So Ecclesiasticus 27, verse 28.
Mockery and reproach are from the proud, but vengeance as a lion shall lie in wait for them.
All right? So, here in Jamaica, they have a saying that when people are quarreling, they have a strategy for people. When they are quarreling, when you're in the world, when they're quarreling, they first start and curse themselves, tell you all the negatives about them. So that when they start quarreling, you have nothing to tell them. So they will say, yes, I did this and I did that and I did that. And they tell everything bad, leave you with nothing to tell them, right? So I guess this is the same strategy we as teachers need to have, so that, you bring out the negatives first, so that, people will not have anything to say about whatever else you do, which is the right thing as, repentance from what we have done. So mockery and reproach are from the proud. And we're going to see that we were actually mocking. Meaning of mockery: to treat with contempt or ridicule, to deride, to mimic in sport or derision. And this is this word here that's more applicable. Derision has to do with laughing. To mimic in sport or derision. So we're going to look at the significance of derision. So the Hebrew meaning of mocking over here, it has many different meanings. Properly to make mouths at, that is to scoff. Hence from the effort to pronounce a foreign language, to interpret or generally intercede. Ambassador, it has some good meanings. Ambassador, have in derision. This is this word. Interpreter, which is a good thing about it. Make a mock, mocker, scornful, teacher, which is a good one. All right. So, no. Derision. We're going to look at the meaning of derision. Definition: the use of ridicule or scorn to show contempt. A state of being laughed at or ridiculed. A state of being derided. An object of ridicule or scorn. All right. So when you're teaching and laughing at something that someone has done, then that is mocking, derision. That is mocking, and it is wrong. So the synonyms of derision: butt, jest, joke, laughing stock, mock, mockery, sport, target. All right. So when you target someone and you make jokes against them, then that is mocking. Shamuel, that's wrong. And I apologize publicly to everyone in the past, because as you grow and you learn, you have to repent and move on. All right. Shamuel has anything to say?
I mean, well, sometimes it's quite difficult. First of all, to extend apologies to all the brothers and sisters out there that we have come across as mockers and being prideful. First of all, my apologies, and apologies from the team as well. But it is easier. You know, I know nothing right now but the truth, to speak the truth. All right. And sometimes for righteousness' sake, it is better to also suffer for right. It's also okay. It's all part of the growing. It's easy to mistaken things as well, especially when you know not people. Those that know me would always tell you, "My brother Samuel is always joyful, whether in tribulation or in whatever place you find me, you'll find that I'm always joyful. There's always smile on my face, and many people oftentimes assume I don't have problems, but I do. But somehow it's like the joy of the Most High is always with me, and I find smile even through the most difficult times. So sometimes when we teach, it might come across as um, we somehow are setting ourselves as knowing better than the others, whereas before the Most High and man, that is not actually what we're trying to pass across. All right. It does not, I don't get any joy from hearing and seeing that we put people down. No, there is no joy in that. That's not the aim of this. I'd rather sit back and be an ordinary worshiper there than sit in front here and be a mocker of people. So I just want to, just so that we can put it out there and people can be able to understand. Because sometimes a word, when I hear the word, sometimes I'm reminded and it shakes disbelief in me. So I'm like, huh, really? Yeah, I mean, this day, it's like I'm in shock. I'm in awe. So it might come across to the ordinary listener, someone that is coming across the first time, thinking that, oh, they're actually mocking people, whereas that is not actually what we are trying to do. But hence, I'm saying that for this journey, it is always better to suffer for even what is right. We accept it here, and we want to extend our sincere apologies to everybody, both the male and female. All right. Shalom.
Yeah, well, it's the same thing with me as well. Always, everything I do, I'm laughing, everything.
Yeah.
But, when it can be construed as otherwise.
Um,
Yeah. Go ahead, El Pedro.
yes, I'm very grateful to Yahweh for this teaching here, because with us who have been enlightened about the truth, who have come to know who we are, we have reclaimed our identity. What happens is most of the time we will probably speak in the place of authority and forgetting that others, or we were like the others at some stage.
Mm-hmm.
By mercy and grace, we came to reclaim our identity. We know who we are, and Yahuwah has caused us to know his name and to remember his old ways. So therefore, when we read, as we have this teaching today, it teaches us to put ourselves in a place whereby we always have to question ourselves before we can answer somebody else, before we can say something. We need to remember where we came from, that at some stage we also were in that position. We were ignorant. What if somebody then mocked us? We wouldn't have had the courage to grasp the truth. So therefore, we need to be in a position where we always remember that we ourselves at some stage, we were as ignorant.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for this teaching.
Brother Kazak, I remember about a year or 2 years ago, I once asked a very silly question. I mean, it was in relation to this. There was one of our fellowships when I asked, I said, can anyone show me where in the scriptures where Yahusha was actually laughing in any of his ministry, in all of his ministry? And we all laughed about it because truly I couldn't find one. I literally couldn't find. It's like always the disciples will be the ones thinking to themselves, hey, guys, do we qualify? Because what this man is saying there sounds gibberish. He sounded very clear that side. When we came here, he's not making sense anymore. What has happened? So it might have been this thing, fourth, but I don't find anywhere where Yahusha literally was very, smiley and hey, hi, everybody. It's a serious business. And I do understand the intensity to the seriousness or the severity of this word. So it's a very great place. It's a good teaching to be doing today. And I, for one, receive it with all meekness and in all humility. So, brother, yeah, you can glide on.
All right. All right, so we're gonna move.
Let me also say a small piece, Brother C.
Yeah, go ahead.
on that matter. It just show us that sometimes when we think we're there, we're not there. Sometimes we think that we are exercising the love of the Most High. We are not, because we know that love will blot out everything that is wrong. So yes, it is a process of really getting things together where we put the love of the Most High first, and all that is righteous will come right in line. So let it be.
So let it be.
All right, so let it be. All right, so another danger of pride we're going to be looking at is another little known, because there are many dangers, but we just chose about two or three that are very significant, but they are kind of hidden dangers. And the next one we're going to be looking at is reviling. No reviler shall inherit the kingdom. All right? No reviler. 1 Corinthians 6:9-10. Can you read it, please? Just read 9 going into 10.
All right. Know ye not that the unrighteous shall not inherit the kingdom of Allah? Be not deceived, neither fornicators, nor idolaters, nor adulterers, nor effeminate, nor abusers of themselves with mankind, nor thieves, nor covetous, nor drunkards, nor revilers, nor extortioners shall inherit the kingdom of Allah.
All right. So this word revilers, the first time I heard it when I was in one of those assemblies, in the Sacred Name Assembly, and the pastor asked revilers. I actually confused it with reveler. And he said, who knows what it means? Who is a reviler? And it was a good thing I didn't speak aloud, because I'll be very embarrassed, because I was actually ready to give the meaning of revelers as revilers. And many people don't know or understand the meaning of revilers. Read over the right-hand side, please. A reviler is a person.
A reviler is a person who uses words to damage, control, or insult someone's character or reputation. Today, all right, we would call a reviler a verbal abuser. A reviler is a multi-purpose word that is used in the Bible to describe all manner of verbal sin, such as slander, angry outburst, and foul language.
Well, I got this from our website, and I think it's very well summarized what a reviler is. Now, for those of us for each and every believer, this is a danger. Because when we are teaching the word, when we are out there reaching out to people, and they respond to us negatively, some of them aggressively, then the temptation is to revile.
Yeah.
Now, reviling is very, very funny, because it is not justified. Meaning, not because someone said something angry to you, you are to respond angrily. Not because someone cursed you, you are justified to curse back the person. So you are going to be out there in situations as believers, and persons will hurt your pride. As Jamaicans say, they'll step on your corn. And when they hurt your pride, the propensity is the tradition, the trigger response from the flesh is to respond and say something to hurt back the person, or to say something negative about the person. So slander, angry outbursts, foul language, calling them names, that is reviling. And is a very great threat that is over us as believers that most of us do not understand. Especially when you're out there on social media, which is when I look at as another place of pride we're going to look at soon. When you're out there and people disrespect you in front of all, what are you going to do? The trigger response, of course, is to get your satisfaction and to say something hurtful to them. Are you going to do that? Continue reading reviling, please.
Reviling is usually listed with sins we would consider greater, such as homosexuality and theft. 1 Corinthians 6, verse 9 to 10. 2 Timothy chapter 3, verse 2 to 3. Paul lists revilers among the sexually immoral and drunkards in 1 Corinthians chapter 5, verse 11. And when he instructs the church to have nothing to do with such people if they claim to be believers.
All right, there's no when there. And he instructs the assembly to have nothing to do with such people if they claim to be believers. You see that? You see how serious it is?
Yeah.
So a believer or a teacher who is a railer, like for example, if someone comes on any one of our channels and says something feisty or disrespectful, what do? Yes? If someone responds to something that you posted on social media, what do you do? What do you do? Because it is a very, very serious sin. It says, no reviler shall inherit the kingdom of Allah. Very important that we understand that. And of course, we said reviling is a trigger trait. It's something that is naturally triggered in you as it is immediately you are triggered to respond. It's like your body is conditioned. It's a, what they call it, fight and flight mechanism.
Yeah, trigger modes. Yeah.
So it is triggers. So if you are not in the ruach, and if you do not have self-control, patience, long-suffering, meekness, emunah, love, all of the fruit of the ruach, then you are going to revile. Okay? All right, so another one of them, the danger of the pride of religion. Pride of religion. I remember when I was a Pentecostal and we used to go on the streets. This is of like other denominations, like the Jehovah's Witness out there. You know, I would proudly say when they come and say, you want this track? I say, no, I'm a Pentecostal. Pride in my religious belief. Yes. And, you know, after the eyes are opened, you get to understand that it's not about a religion. Religion brings pride. And you get to understand that it is religion that caused the Pharisees and the Sadducees to thrive. And that the Messiah came to show us a way. And so when people ask, what do you call your faith? We say we are followers of the way, or we are followers of the Messiah. No pride in that. There's no pride in that. And there's no pride in any organization so that we can get into problems. Because as long as pride rears up its head, then we're going to be in problems. Read Psalms 34:2, please.
My soul shall make her boast in Yahuwah. The humble shall hear thereof and be glad.
So if we're boasting in anything, we boast. We boast in our Father. Okay?
Yes.
And he says, the humble shall hear it and be glad. So the humble shall hear the boast in Allah. So it's actually saying that the humble will boast in Allah, and they will love to hear us boasting in Allah, but not in any organization or in any man. Continue.
In Allah we boast all the day long and praise thy name forever. Selah.
All right. So here is another boast in religion now. Boasting in the law. This is what Shaul was fighting all the day long with the Pharisees, boasting in the law. And today, we sadly have the same thing rearing its head again on the streets, boasting in the law. Romans 2:23, read please.
Thou that makest thy boast of the law, through breaking the law, dishonoreth thou Allah. For the name of Allah is blasphemed among the Gentiles through you, as it is written.
All right. So when you boast in the law, When you make your boast in the law, then the name of Allah is going to be blasphemed, because guess what? The Ruach Mashiach is not going to come out. And that is a Ruach of forgiveness, of love, tolerance, long suffering, all of that. That tender Ruach of Mashiach is not going to come out. And what we are going to get is aggression and what we get on our streets today: hatred, strife. Yeah, that's what all that's going to be left. So our boast has to be in Alua. And our boast has to be in the way. Oh, I have frozen?
No. Oh yeah,
Oh.
you are frozen on the screen, but we can hear you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes,
Oh.
you're back. Yeah.
Yeah, so we have to just follow the way. No religion, just the way. And in the book of Yehuda or Jude, it says, "Beloved, when I gave all diligence to write unto you of the common salvation, it was needful for me to write unto you and exhort you that ye should earnestly contend for the faith which was once delivered unto the saints." There was one faith, one single faith. In the book of Ephesians 4, it says, one Alua, one master, one faith, one baptism, one. No religion, no new religion. We were not called to a religion in our awakening. We were called to awaken and follow the way. That's what we were called for. Okay? So, boasting in religion. When people define themselves, I'm a Christian, I'm Adventist, I'm this, thinking that that saves you. I remember early out, the Pentecostals, I heard a Pentecostal bishop say, if you're not filled with the Holy Ghost, then you can't go into the kingdom. You can't go into heaven. Some say if you're not Pentecostal, you can't go into the heaven. Some say if you're not Seventh Adventist, you can't go there. If you're not Jehovah's Witness, you cannot go in there. All these are religions, and that is the pride of religion. Right? Something that we need to be very, very wary of. Okay?
Can I chip in?
Yeah, go ahead.
On what you just said, what is coming to me now is, so pride literally is using correction in a selfish way or knowledge in a selfish way for self-benefit.
Mm-hmm.
All right, to exalt oneself, to place one above the other, getting joy, pleasure from seeing the knowledge that one has or advantage that one has with regards to knowledge. Yeah, it comes back to that, over others and exerting oneself as wise. That is what pride sums up literally to be. Brother, you can continue. I was just adding on to this.
Yeah. All right. So another thing is danger of the pride of knowledge. Yeah. 1 Corinthians 8, 1-3.
Now, as touching things offered unto idols, we know that we all have knowledge. Knowledge puffeth up, but charity edifieth.
All right. So we know puffed up again is when you are inflated, bloated, hearty. That is what knowledge does when it is not handled properly, because we need knowledge, because my people are destroyed for lack of knowledge. But it's how you handle the knowledge. When, as you were saying a while ago, when we have something over someone, if we use it to gloat on the person, or use it as to abuse the person, or we use it to undermine the person, then that too is wrong. Wrong. So it is always a temptation for those who have come upon people who know less. It is always a temptation to, when these people are in ignorance, it is always a temptation to gloat with your knowledge, with the knowledge that you have. But you have to be cognizant. We have to be cognizant with the knowledge. And as Brother El Pedro had said, bear it in mind that we were once where these people are, so that we do not feel. And that is where love comes in. Because the love that is in you is going to make you to be patient and to not want to feel exalted over anyone, but to patiently try to get this person to get this understanding that they need to save their souls. Continue.
And if any man think that he knoweth anything, he knoweth nothing, yet as he ought to know.
All right. In other words, he's saying no matter what you think you know, there's always more to know that you should have known. So you're always deficient. And if we approach things this way, then this pride of knowledge will not get us. Because each thing that we know, we do not believe that we have achieved. There's always another level to go. Why? The knowledge of the Most High is infinite.
Yeah.
So we having our little knowledge. Sometimes I sometimes I'm there and I'm thinking that, yeah, I know this, I understand this, and I'm thinking most time must be laughing at me. The little bit of so this little bit of knowledge that he has no idea how much else is out there.
Yeah.
So no, I'm not laughing at someone. It's a situation, so it's different. So, I'm actually laughing at myself this time. So yeah.
And I'm laughing at you.
Yeah. And it's okay for you to laugh at me. Yeah. So you have to always feel deficient. Because if you feel deficient, then you will crave for more. But if you feel that you have reached, and that is why the Messiah said in John 9:43, I think, you say you see, therefore your sin remains.
Mm.
That means if you think you know, or you think you have reached, sin is right there with you. Because you are going to get prideful, you're going to get conceited, you are going to get all negative things as long as you say you see. But go ahead.
And also the responsibility of knowledge, all right?
Yeah.
Now, people think it's fun to have knowledge, but I tell you, these are the dangers, all right?
Mm-hmm.
When you know, you have a burden on you to actually be the example.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you understand this. If you want
Yes.
to tell people you understand and know what love is, then you have to be the epitome of it, of that knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
But if the knowledge you have concerning whatever enlightenment you say you have is causing you to put people down, then you are no different from these Illuminati people, those who call themselves the enlightened ones. Because guess what they do? They think they have a knowledge that we don't have, and so they use it to our disadvantage.
Yeah.
And that is how Satan works. So when you have knowledge, it comes with the burden of ensuring that you walk by it and you live by it, and that teaches you compassion and exert more empathy and sympathy towards others. All right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. And he says it, but if any... Yeah, go ahead.
Knowledge being information that is accumulated in our brain, again, leads us to want to question ourselves. What is it that we really know? What really is it that we know? And how do we apply this which we know? Because when pride has to come in, it'll come in a place where we misunderstand exactly who we are and what it is that we know. Knowledge is accumulated information in our brain. If we fill ourselves with Yahusha, we fill ourselves with people who are spiritually minded, surely the knowledge that will accumulate will lead us to do things in a way that pleases Yahuwah.
Mm-hmm.
So therefore, we need to stay focused on what it is that we know. Yes.
Yeah. And he says, knowledge puffeth up, but charity or love edifies. So what he's actually saying is that when you have knowledge and you are prideful, it will puff you up. But when you have love that will enable you to use the knowledge to edify others.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Knowledge puffs up, but love
Yes.
edifies.
And,
Right?
and remember, as you were saying earlier, you were mentioning how we've been groomed and raised in pride by the system, Babylon, and all that. And it is very true, because remember when we were in school, I mean, you took pride in the fact that you knew more than your friend.
Yes.
Like literally, when it's time for exams, what do? You can see some of your friends struggling. They're asking, "Yo, bro, can you help me with can you help me with that question, please, man? I'm struggling." And then you're like, hey. When I was studying, you were not there. You know, I burned the midnight candle all alone. And that is how slowly and subtly we are indoctrinated to not be able to share the knowledge and understanding that we have. Because we think that everything is for us and us alone. So we live for oneself, which is what nurtures and grooms the pride in us. All right.
Yeah, but they groomed us for self, you know. When we were growing up, they didn't groom us to love everyone or love the community or love. They groomed us to love ourselves and our family.
It works for the government, bro. That's why they did that.
Yes.
It works for the government. They divide us through that education. Yeah.
And again, because Israel must not be united, remember that?
Yes.
So they could not groom us otherwise. They had to make sure that we were not united. And so we were separated, and pride was used to keep us apart.
Wow. That's so true. That's so true. And that is why we can never come together to build up a community, because pride will not allow us.
Yes.
You know, that one is thinking, but wait, I contributed more. Hey, but wait, but I came up with that idea, but it's my idea. And guess what they do? They even tell us, go register. This is your intellectual property. It always sounds good when you are in Babylon, but when you Most High starts to quicken you, you realize these are all the enemy's sweet schemes and traits. They use to sort of keep us apart. Because the law and the Messiah is trying to keep us together, binding us and bringing us together. And the laws of the state is actually causing us to what? To be apart, to be individuals. And this is where we find conflict, and pride continues to cause the governments to rule us in unrighteousness, because the more we are lawless, the more they can easily control and manipulate and to rule us. All right, cool, bro.
Yeah. All right, so another manifestation of pride, another problem, the danger of pride, danger of social media pride. We've mentioned it before, but this one is very serious, because the awakening is taking place in social media. And here's the problem now. A lot of us sinned a whole lot when we were in ignorance coming up. Because coming up and getting the understanding of the word and speaking to people on social media, it is very, very easy for pride to actually get us, especially when you're just coming in the truth and you're learning the truth and you start putting out the truth out there and people start questioning it and how you respond to it and all of that. It is very heavy. And social media pride, it's a different type of pride, because I call Facebook Pride Book. That is where people strut their pride. They say people will have some terrible lives, and when they come on social media, they have a social media life. Everything is rosy and nice because of the pride of everyone trying to show a side of them that they want people to see. So when people are with you in a conversation now, it affects that. Because when people converse with you and say things that are going to embarrass you in front of everyone, the threat is to mock, revile, whatever else there is to be, the negative there is to be, curse, whatever, it's the same revile. That is a threat. So what do you do? So you have, as believers, we have to be cognizant when we are on social media. We have to be cognizant of the words that we choose. Sometimes we need not respond right away. Take a deep breath before you answer. Remember the sin of reviling. Remember the sin of mocking. Yes, remember those before we respond. And social media pride is also dangerous for us as those who are following the way, because we will be there saying that we are preaching the word and we get carried away with the flesh. We want to be like everyone else. We start posting things like everyone else. We start posting worldly things. We start desiring worldly things. And so social media is not the place for a believer unless you are sharing the word, or unless you have places where you go to partake of the word. All right? It's not the place to go to casually go. You get up every morning, you check, and you post, and you share this meme that is going around and partake just like worldly people. If that is your thing, then that means that you are deficient. If my thing is to go and post things that has nothing to do with the Most High or his salvation, then it means that I am very deficient and I should not be there. All right? So social media, I don't know if you have anything to add to this social media, Shamuel.
It's very critical. And one of the most deadly places to find ourselves actually walking in pride, so much of it. Not just that, also being literally on the verge of becoming sinners and not being aware. All right, it's very subtle, because we have to be mindful. I always say a speaker of truth or a teacher of the Most High has to always bear in mind that you are responsible every time for every word that you say. You are to be very responsible. So if you go around typing things, you need to read front, back, side to side to make sure that it really is not going to confuse people. Because one to you, if that message is going to cause anyone else to what? To fall away. So we have to have the burden. Like I said earlier on, there is a burden of the truth of the word that we have. All right, that we have the responsibility to own our words, even when we share it, because on social media, you cannot defend yourself. So when you type these things or you reshare some of these posts, I remember in the past, I used to get into a lot of trouble. I just post the thing because it sounds good. And then not knowing there is a little phrase there that actually, it misaligns with what I believe, with the belief that we have and we say we follow. So a brother or sister will have to caution me and I have to quickly take down that. So let us be very steadfast and studious as well. We need to learn. We need to study in order to know the word, in order to be able to share, to rightly divide the word of truth on social media. And also it's easy to be condescending on social media. That's another trap. Yes. It is easy to be very condescending. Mm-hmm. Very, very easy. And you will not even notice it. I mean, so many times I've had brothers and sisters tell me that I'm like, oh, okay. And then at the point, I stopped actually commenting on many posts because I'm like, hey, let me avoid this temptation, because it's nice to comment, but you also have to be responsible to make sure that you're not responding for what? You don't have to be right. You don't have to be right. You know, I really see this as you don't have to be right. Yes. You comment when it's really coming from a pure heart to say, hey, look, I'm just sharing this. Hopefully it can shed light on your misunderstanding, not because I want to be right over you. So yeah, so that's the dangers of social media and some of these posts that we tend to put out there, and we need to own it and be responsible for all our words that we speak. Let's not be reckless with them.
All right, and let us remind us that this is a teaching of sanctification today. Might not have any great deep insights, but it is for our purification, all right? It's not fancy, but it is for our purification. As we are here week in, week out, we hear about prophecies and we dig into this. But this time the Most High is saying that you're not ready. You're hearing all of those things, but I don't think you're ready, all right? You need to be cleansed. This is the cleansing, right? So another pride. A huge problem, the pride of knowing who we are. This is a huge problem that has come up with a different set of pride now for us. Pride of knowing who we are. This, we are Israel. It brings with it religion. It brings with it aggression and a pride that blinds us, really, because the pride blinds us as to what we need to do to achieve life eternal. It blinds us from the Messiah, making us believe that we can return to those, going back to the law, statutes, and commandments, and then we are perfected. It's a very serious pride, and we're going to look at the repercussions later, because one of the repercussions is that now we know who we are, and we know who the oppressors are. Many of us have taken it into our own hands now and want to go and retaliate against the oppressors, want to boast against the oppressors, and all of that. And we're going to show that this is not what we should do. Later on, we're going to look at that. All right? So the importance of pride now is a proud man cannot be led by the Most High. So when you're proud, there are going to be stumbling blocks. There's got to be just so far that the Ruach can take you and no more. Because sooner or later, pride is going to come in the way and stop the Ruach from taking you to a higher level. Read John 3:8, please.
The wind bloweth where it listeth, and thou hearest the sound thereof, but canst not tell whence it cometh, and whither it goeth. So is every one that is born of the Ruach HaKodesh.
So if you are born of the Ruach, if you are born of the Ruach, then the Ruach will be able to take you wherever it wants you to go. But if pride is in the way, you are going to make provision for self, because that's where pride centers you. It centers you in self. So when self is in the way and the Ruach wants to take you to Y place, then that pride is going to say, no, I want to go to C. I don't want to go to Y. And then you will not avail yourself to be taken to Y as the Ruach wants you to go. So that's why it says in Romans 8:14, for as many as are led by the Ruach of Alua, they are the sons of Alua. You see how important it is to get pride out of the way? When we can be led by the Ruach of Alua, that's when we are his sons. No other way. We must be able to be taken wherever the Ruach wants us to go. And Galatians 5:17. Can you see it on the bottom, Shamuel?
Yes. For the flesh lusteth after the spirit. And
Against.
the spirit for the flesh lusteth against the spirit, and the spirit against the flesh. And these are contrary the one to the other, so that ye cannot do the things that ye would. Verse 18, but if ye be led of the spirit, ye are not under the law.
All right. So the flesh and the Ruach are lusting against each other, meaning they are trying to lead you. So the flesh is leading you. The Ruach says, no, I want to lead. So they both are going to be trying to lead you. And it says, you cannot. Oh, you cannot. The teaching is not on the radio. Hold on. Oh boy. Let me get it on. Thank you very much for pointing it out to me. All right. Now we're on the radio. Sorry about that. Sorry about the break. All right. So because the flesh and the Ruach are lusting, you cannot do the thing that you would. So when pride comes in, then it's the flesh that is winning. And when the flesh is winning, you cannot do the things that you would, means the Ruach cannot lead you. That is very, very, very important. So, The question is, how can we counter pride? How can we counter pride? Because we have heard all the dangers of pride. I think there are some verses that I missed. I think I missed some verses because no, we missed out some verses when it comes to pride.
Is it Wisdom 6?
No, I had a section that the proud cannot enter the kingdom. I did not do that. Before we go to counter, we have to go to the proud cannot enter the kingdom. So, all right, you want to say something and I'll just set it up and put it in, Shamuel.
All right, okay. This is a journey. Brother Pedro, Brother Pedro, are you there? No, you're muted. You are muted. Take the mute off.
Am I?
Yes, now we can hear you. We can hear you. Yeah, I mean today's teaching is very is one
Very
that really
profound.
yeah, it's very, very profound. I don't even have the words to qualify or to describe it, but it's really sitting in that. It reminds me. I don't know. You can say what you want to say. I'll say after you.
It hits right where it's supposed to be, especially with us.
Yeah.
It is for us, Yahuwah aligns his people in the way that he wants us to walk. All these things, social media and, the comments of the people. And I remember a certain time when I used to post a lot of things on social media and people would get back to me with, with hard hammers and sort of try to hit hard, and I would respond. But I came to a stage whereby I would just say, look, I've said it, it's written, and that's it. Some people will really come back and say, oh, we actually didn't understand, but that's it. So when we are on social media, especially since we know that we now know the truth, we tend to think that other people will understand what we say. So as you were saying, that we need to read what we've written, left, right, center, side, and so forth. We need to make sure that what we've written is going to affect the lives of many and will reflect on us.
Yeah.
So we need to be very careful as we do it, because we might win people as well as we might just lose people by what we say. So that comes again with pride.
Yeah.
I know better. This is what I say, it's how I say it, and that's me. It's not supposed to be like that.
Yeah. And bro, see, just to remind you, this is really in line with what the Most High said he would do. I remember there was a time when I think I said Yahuwah says he's done with teaching. Now he's going to deliver specific messages to prepare the end time saints. And I believe we are right on track. Yes, we are right on track. And those who have the heart, right? Those who have the humility, those who have the meek heart, not the stony heart, are actually the ones that are going to benefit off from here, because everything that is coming here is literally the Most High channeling us to be ready, to be equipped. All right, because there's not going to be any excuse to say, "Oh, I didn't know that one." No, nothing. If you're still walking in pride now, I can't emphasize the danger that we are in. Like danger. If you cannot receive reproof, correction, you are in danger right now. You are in danger, because then you are not like the little children that Yahusha spoke about. You have to have the mindset and the heart of a child in order to be corrected and to be led, because the Ruach is going to be leading you into places where you are not comfortable, places you don't want to go on a normal day. What are you going to do? You're going to stand back and say no. The very same people you are hating, you might be sent there to go speak. You might be sent there to go apologize. Now, if you have pride, how would you be able to send forth the message as it's coming? you are going to be stuck. Hence, we need to do away with this spirit of pride and walk with all faithfulness and diligence. It is required that we are found faithful. Are you done, bro?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay, cool. Let's get it.
All right. So the topic,
Okay.
the proud cannot enter the kingdom. Some verses that tell us that. Proverbs 16:5.
All right. Proverbs 16:5. Everyone that is proud in heart is an abomination to Yahuwah. Though hand join in hand, he shall not be unpunished.
He shall not be unpunished. Pride also goes hand in hand with this, flee from the midst of Babylon. The reason many of us don't want to flee is because we cannot fathom to be living at the bottom of the social ladder. We cannot fathom leaving our comfortable surroundings, our comfortable homes. We cannot fathom living like the homeless people. So it is very, very difficult. And this is how the Most High challenges us. And this is how you know that it is of the Most High. He challenges us at all times to really reach down to utter meekness, to ground level. As Brother Mahar would say, down to zero. Yeah?
Yeah.
So what are we going to do? Because it says, everyone that is proud in heart is an abomination to Yahuwah. An abomination to him. I'm telling you, many of us proud believers are going to be very sorry. And that is why this message is very important. Because we are going to believe that everything is okay. He shall not go unpunished. Say, Proverbs 21:4. This is not.
And
This is serious.
the punishment we're talking about there, brother, it's not, people, it's not punishment that comes with, and then there's a whip and a lash. No, sometimes the punishment can come in the form of a delusion. Yes. All right. Things will be working for you so that you remain in that pride until the day of vengeance of Yahuwah.
All right. So here's another thing about pride, Shamuel. When you're talking, you say more of we than you. That is another thing that we have to practice.
Okay, brother.
That's another thing. I know it's difficult because it's difficult for me to remember as well. But we have to say more of we than of you.
Okay.
Now that we're on the topic of pride. So, yes, he will send us a strong delusion. So we believe the lie. So it won't be until the Messiah comes, we hear, depart from me, I never knew you. Wow. Can you imagine that? Isaiah 2:11-12. Read, please.
The lofty looks of man shall be humbled, and the haughtiness of men shall be bowed down, and the Yahuwah alone shall be exalted in that day.
Mm-hmm. So the day of Yahuwah, every man that is exalted, he's going to bring them down low. So if we as believers are judged as being lofty and proud on that day, then we are going to be in the company of sinners. Verse 12.
For the day of Yahuwah of hosts shall be upon everyone that is proud and lofty, and upon everyone that is lifted up, and he shall be brought low.
Hey, you see that?
Yeah.
The proud cannot enter the kingdom. They're going to be brought low.
Low.
Shall be upon everyone that is proud and lofty, and upon everyone lifted up. Yeah? Serious business. Tehillim 138, verse 6. That's why this teaching is very important, people.
Overly.
Read, please.
Though Yahuwah be high, yet hath he respect unto the lowly, but the proud he knoweth afar off.
The proud he knoweth afar off. As long as we are proud, he's going to keep his distance from us. Yes?
Yeah.
He's not going to have any respect to us. So proud cannot enter his kingdom. Jacob 4:6, James 4:6. Here is it. Read, please.
But he giveth more grace. Wherefore he saith, Allah resisteth the proud, but giveth grace unto the humble.
He gives favor unto the humble and resists the proud. If he resists the proud, how can the proud enter his
To the
kingdom?
Mm.
1 Peter 5, verse 5. Read, please.
Likewise, ye younger, submit yourselves unto the elder. Yea, all of you be subject one to another, and be clothed with humility. For Allah resisteth the proud, and giveth grace to the humble.
Right, so when we are together, the younger one submit to the elder, and the others submit one to another in humility, no pride, because he just repeats what we just got. Allah resists the proud and gives favor to the humble.
Yeah.
Psalms 12, verse 3. Seeing the, oh, it is not wise to be proud. Verse 3.
Yahweh shall cut off all flattering lips, and the tongue that speaketh proud things.
All right, he's going to cut it off. The proud cannot enter into his kingdom. Ezekiel 20:38, which is a prophecy of the end times. Prophecy of the end times of what the Most High is going to do. Read, please.
And I will purge out from among you the rebels, and them that transgress against me. I will bring them forth out of the country where they sojourn, and they shall not enter into the land of Israel. And ye shall know that I am Yahuwah.
All right, so the purge out from among you the rebels, these are the proud,
Yes.
those that transgress against him. All right, but they cannot enter into the land of Yasharal. All right. So, knowing all of that, that is a part against the proud. 12 o'clock, yeah. Knowing all of that, that is against the proud. Let's see how we can counter our pride. How can we overcome this thing that is inside of us that is bringing us unto destruction? Matthew 16:24. It all begins with this, and it all ends with this. Matthew 16:24. Read, please.
Then said Yahusha unto his disciples, if any man will come after me, let him deny himself and take up his stake and follow me.
All right, so this is where it all begins. Remember we said that Yahusha is a stumbling block?
Yes.
So if you want to overcome pride or any other sin, we first have to deny ourselves. So all our needs, all our desires, even our needs, our wants, our cravings, our lusts, our desires, our ambitions, everything we have to deny and just follow Yahusha and put our trust in Yahuwah that he will provide all the things that we need, not all the things that we strive after, not all the ambitions that we have received from this world, not all the things that we think or we have envisioned or planned for in this world, but what we need. Let him deny himself and take up his stake, which means take up the trials and troubles that comes with this life, following the Messiah, and then we follow him. This is the first step of overcoming our pride.
Now,
next verse.
Now, brother.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, cool. Now another one. How can we deny ourselves and still defend ourselves?
Yeah.
This is a teaching many of our other brothers are also doing, of which I just wanted to use the scripture quickly as it came to mind to air it out. You cannot deny yourself and then take vengeance for yourself. It does not work. It means you are still master over yourself. You still lead yourself. You still follow your own understanding and walk according to your own knowledge, your own way. All right. They that have denied themselves are going to be like Yahusha, who follows the leading of the Ruach that is in him, reconciling all men back to himself. All right. So you cannot deny yourself and then protect yourself. I don't know how that works to get. I don't know, brother, because I can just.
We cannot deny ourselves and then protect ourselves. You need to say more we, because it sounds condescending at times. You can mix it up. Yeah, Shamwa.
It's a bit. It comes naturally on places where I have the defect as well. But if I'm naturally walking it, it becomes the help for the other than more like the help for me. So if I'm walking what I'm saying, then it's as if I've seen a brother do it, so I'm correcting their brother. So I can sometimes put it in a weak context, but naturally it doesn't. Yeah, I just hope people don't. Well, brothers and sisters don't get it that way, that we're naturally being condescending, but it's just to highlight the errors that some of us are in. Because when I'm in it, it's allowed. You can correct me, please.
No, Shamwa. Let me tell you something. We have to, at times, that is where denying self comes in. Even when we're not in it, we put ourselves in it. Because generalizing us in it, it means every single one. It's not necessarily saying that we are in it. It's just saying that every single person. I don't know if you get me. So if you're saying, if we do this, as opposed to say, if you do this, then when somebody's hearing it, and I'm not saying it because I have always done it, because I am as guilty as you, but as it comes to me, I have to speak. When we say, if you do this, then it might sound to the person as if you're criticizing them. And then that person might not have reached to the level where we have reached to understand that we are not actually doing it. So we have to be more inclusive of ourselves in the negatives in order to generalize, to show when it comes to the point where it is everybody. For the sake of denying self and for the sake of getting the message to be more easily assimilated by the hearer.
Yes, brother. Yeah. Thank you.
So we are John 10:27. Read it, please.
My sheep hear my voice, and I know them, and they follow me.
All right. So that's it. Follow Hamashiach, and we'll overcome pride. And how you overcome pride with Hamashiach? When he was reviled, he reviled not again. We're going to look at that verse. They spat on him. They did everything bad to him, and he did not retaliate. He even stated that how many legions he could summon if he wanted to, and he did not retaliate. So pride was not in him. He had denied himself to the point where there was no pride. And remember, we were doing about fleeing from the midst of Babylon, and we saw that in the daytime, he taught in the temple, and in the night, he abode in the mount that is called Olives. And abode there meant sleep in the open air. So if you follow Hamashiach, we'll see that it is kind of a life of kind of like a homeless type of person. This is why it says, foxes have holes and bird of the air have nests. The Son of Man had nowhere to lay his head. If we follow him, then all of the pride would be gone, because we'll be willing to have the mind of a homeless person. Okay?
Yes.
All right. 2 Corinthians 10:3-6. We're looking at ways to overcome pride.
Pride.
Go ahead.
No, he was echoing what you just said, the last statement you just made.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Shaman.
For though we walk in the flesh, we do not war after the flesh. For the weapons of our warfare are not carnal, but mighty through Alua to the pulling down of strongholds.
All right. So we're going to see how spiritually we can pull down the strongholds. Continue.
Casting down the imaginations and every high thing that exalteth itself against the knowledge of Alua, and bringing into captivity every thought to the obedience of Mashiach.
Continue.
And having in a readiness to revenge all disobedience when your obedience is fulfilled. Sorry, I wanted to laugh at the last part because it just spoke something deep to it. Just our revenge is towards disobedience, not to any not to any man, not to anything. It's to fight the spirit of rebellion, disobedience, pride.
Yes. Yeah.
So if you have any fury in you, it must be towards what? Towards disobedience. That's what it is. No, go ahead, brother. Just
let's go through.
All right.
Casting down imaginations and every high thing that exalted itself against the knowledge of Alua. So everything that exalts against the knowledge of Alua, pride, disobedience, hatred, strife, you name the sin, bring it into captivity to the obedience of Hamashiach. So by following Hamashiach, by being obedient as he was to his father, following him, walk as he walked, then every single negative thought can be brought into captivity, can be controlled, can be overcome.
Yeah.
And verse 6 says you're having a readiness to revenge all disobedience when your obedience is fulfilled. So when you follow Hamashiach, contrary to what Christians say, it does not bring disobedience. It means you will be obedient. So when you are obedient, all the disobedience that you have had in the past will be revenged. Because you are obedient, your obedience has been fulfilled to the way of Hamashiach, because you're walking in the way of Hamashiach. And so, therefore, every other sin and every other thing that is plaguing us can be overcome by following Hamashiach. That's why we said Hamashiach is a stumbling stone. He is the central. It is like if we put Hamashiach at the center of our lives and following him at the center of our lives, there's nothing that can overcome us.
Yeah, very, 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 very true. I think I just wrote this morning how if you take Yahusha out of the equation, you cannot know what righteousness is. Because he's like the picture, the, how do I call it? He's made the example. If you want to see and know what it means to be without pride, you just have to look at these examples and then you can be able to match it up. He is the standard to what submission, yielding, and walking in the spirit of the law is. So you cannot fail if you look at him. Yeah.
Yep. Colossians 3:2.
Okay, Colossians 3:2. Should I read that one?
Yes.
Set your affections on things above, not on things on the earth. For ye are dead, and your life is hid with Mashiach in Alua.
All right, so set your affection on things above. This is just what we want. So when you set your affection, when you have denied yourself, your focus will be on spiritual things, heavenly things. Your focus will not be on earthly things. And so when the flesh lusteth against the Ruach, then the Ruach will overcome the flesh, because you are not fixated. You are not, your affection is not on physical, fleshly things. Your affection is on spiritual things, things that are above. Wisdom 6:10-11. Again, we're looking at how to overcome the problem of pride. Verse 10.
For they that keep holiness holily shall be judged holy, and they that have learned such things shall find what to answer.
Verse 11.
Wherefore set your affection upon my words, desire them, and ye shall be instructed.
Set your affection upon my words, desire them, and ye shall be instructed, and you'll be instructed, leading you unto holiness. All right. So any sin at all, these things are for any sin at all. How we overcome pride for any sin at all. Set your affection upon his words. And of course, his words are manifested through his son. And if you walk as his son walked, you will be walking out his words. Romans 12:12-21. Romans 12:12-21. All right, this is what the believers should be doing. If we are doing these things, then pride will be nowhere around. Continue.
Rejoicing in hope, patient in tribulation, continuing instant in prayer.
All right. So let me tell you something. Well, pride is of the flesh, right?
Yeah.
If you can only have hope and you are rejoicing in that hope, there will not be much need for pride. Worse, if you are patient in tribulation. When you are going through troubles and trials and tribulations and you patiently take it, there will be no space for pride. Because that is why believers are persecuted and we go through strife and trouble. When we go through strife and trouble, many of us get frustrated, not knowing that it is good for us. Because when we are going through tribulation, it is, in other words, it is to perfect us. It is to make us stronger and better. Continuing instantly in prayer. So when we are always praying and patient in tribulation and rejoicing in hope, it's going to be harder for us to show pride. Verse 13.
Distributing to the necessity of saints, given to hospitality.
And these are also necessary, the necessity of the saints. So when you have and you give to those who do not have, that also helps with pride. And given to hospitality. Now, hospitality means you are willing to help others and to host other people in your homes, etc. Verse 14.
Bless them which persecute you. Bless and curse not.
Now, this one is applicable as we spoke about today. We talk about mocking. We talk about reviling. All right? If someone comes and persecutes us and we barack them and do not curse them, then we avoid those sins. Simple. Barack them which persecute you. Barack and curse not. Verse 15.
Rejoice with them that do rejoice, and weep with them that weep.
Now, if you weep with those who weep and rejoice with those who rejoice, where is the space for pride? All of these things combined, will let us is showing us how we overcome pride. Verse 16. Shamuel.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Be of the same mind one toward another. Mind not high things, but condescend to men of low estate. Be not wise in your own conceits.
All right. So pride has no place here. So if everyone among our brethren are of the same mind, if we do not mind high things, proud things, we don't care about things that have to do with pride, but we condescend to men of low estate, we are willing to go below where we are and be comfortable there. And if we are not wise in our own conceits, wise in our own mind, and in our own feeling of being better than others, or being more knowledgeable than others, etc., if that does not inflate us, then there's no room for pride. Verse 17.
Recompense to no man evil for evil. Provide things honest in the sight of all men.
All right. So if we do not recompense evil for evil, no pride can come in there. No reviling can come in there at all. And if you provide everything honest in the sight of all men, this is a right living. Verse 18.
If it be possible, as much as lieth in you, live peaceably with all men.
So what is actually saying, as much as you can do from your end. There are some people, you can't get them to like you, can't get them to want to listen to you or to be at peace with you. But you, as much as is in you, as much as you can do, you must try to live at peace with all men. And this, of course, there's no place for pride. If someone does not want to be at peace with you, and you are still trying to be at peace with them, then there is no pride there. That means you would have denied yourself and be willing to condescend in order for peace. Verse 19.
Dearly beloved, avenge not yourselves, but rather give place unto wrath. For it is written, vengeance is mine, I will repay, saith Yahuwah.
So we don't have to make pride trigger us to do anything negative, because the Most High is the great judge, and he will take vengeance if there is any vengeance. Verse 20.
Therefore, if thine let me start again. Therefore, if thine enemy hunger, feed him. If he thirst, give him drink. For in so doing, thou shalt heap coals of fire on his head.
Read verse 21.
Be not overcome of evil, but overcome evil with good.
So where is the space for pride in that? People bring evil to you and you recompense good. All right? Pride would be under control there. If you go through all of this, pride would be under control.
No.
Now, we're going to look further at love thine enemy. It says, if thine enemy hunger, feed him. We're going to look at love thine enemy as well later on.
Okay.
Where are we? Yeah.
So it's a dangerous thing for a brother or sister to continue coming to you and asking for forgiveness and trying to mend a broken relationship. You know, because many people believe, they say, oh no, they profess with their lips, oh, I've what? Apology accepted. But actually you find them acting in the very same manner that shows that they really haven't forgiven whoever who was sought for the apology or for the forgiveness. So we have to be very careful of that. Forgiven literally means being able to go back in relation and having what? And having a healthy relation, or I don't know what words to use. Sometimes English fail me, but it's still having a good relationship with the person and not isolating and neglecting the person when they extend themselves to you. So forgiveness also includes forgetting, all right? Walking away from that and holding grudge, meaningless grudge.
All right. So we have to remember that we are actually soldiers. We are spiritual soldiers. And that's why the Apostle Shaul told us in Ephesians 6, is Ephesians 5 or 6, put on the whole armor. Because we are spiritual soldiers. We must never, ever, ever forget that. And when it comes to pride, we have to just go back and look at the process of soldiering. How it is built on humility. It is built on destroying pride and suppressing pride. First, when they go to their boot camp, they bring you down to zero. They don't ask you. First thing they do, they cut off your hair. Shine here. shine head. Yes? Because the hair is the pride. So they cut off the pride to begin with. And then they go through a process, a drill process of humiliating that soldier wherever that soldier goes. It's humiliation from start to finish until that soldier passes out. And that humiliation that he goes through kills that pride. And what it does, it brings that soldier to the point where there can be danger. You can know that a bomb is going to drop there, and they say, go there, and you are going to go there. Yes? So when you look at the life of a soldier, it just brings to the point where we said earlier that we have to be able to be led by the Ruach. And the proud cannot be led by the Ruach. Same thing with a soldier. You cannot just pick up a man and put a rifle in his hand. And then when the war starts, you say, okay, go and fight. No, his pride has to be broken. Likewise, a believer. You cannot get a believer and say, hey, the Ruach HaKadosh is going to lead you. No, it's impossible. That person's pride first has to be broken. And so it's the same thing. When you go into the army, there are different ranks and there's an authority structure. And the Apostle Shaul gave us the authority structure. The head of the woman is the man. The head of the man is Hamashiach, and the head of Hamashiach is Alua. Same thing in the spiritual, so in the physical. You have the private, you have the corporal, lance corporal, you have sergeant, lieutenant, going up. Going right up the order. And the soldiers respond according to the authority that is there. So we are soldiers, spiritual soldiers. And so pride has to be dealt with before we can be the children of the Most High, before we can be servants, before we can be his soldiers. Okay? So, speaking about that now, looking at the danger of despising dominions and speaking evil of dignities. Because we have to set this straight. Because as we said, someone had says that we are Christians believing in obeying our oppressors, etc. So we have to look at what the scriptures say to ensure that we are not actually following a religion, but we are actually following what the word says. And the thought and the danger of pride, of finding out who we are, as we said before, is that now we know who we are, we know our oppressors. We believe that it is time now to deal. We know our oppressors, we know who you are. The Most High is going to come and he is going to destroy the wicked. And so what are you going to do? You can't speak to me anymore. All right, is that what the scripture says? We are going to look at that. Deuteronomy 23:7. Read, please.
Thou shalt not abhor an Edomite, for he is thy brother. Thou shalt not abhor an Egyptian, because thou wast a stranger in his land.
All right. You see, when we are in captivity among the Edomites. We cannot abhor an Edomite simply because he's an Edomite. That will be going against the Torah. We are now in captivity. And he says, I will bring you into Egypt with ships. We cannot abhor an Egyptian because we were a stranger in his land. If we abhor those who brought us into captivity, then we would have sinned. Because we're going to look at later that it is the righteous judgment of Allah to put us into captivity And for us to rebel against our captors is us rebelling against the judgment of Allah. We are actually saying Yahuwah was wrong for putting us into captivity. So those who abhor and rebel against the people today, rebel against the authority structure today, let's see what Judah or Jude calls them. First, Jude 1, 8 to 16. These are the products of pride, and this is how pride gets us in trouble. All right? Find out who we are, and then pride rears up its ugly head and gets us to transgress. Read, please.
Likewise also, these filthy dreamers defile the flesh, despise dominion, and speak evil of dignities.
Dominions refers to government and authority. Yes?
Yes.
So if you despise government and authority that have been set over you and speak evil of dignities, dignity speaks here of dignitaries, of the leaders. So if you despise the authority of the government and of the authority of the government, and you speak evil of the leaders in those governments, it says you are filthy dreamers. And we're going to see how it describes us later going on. Verse 9.
Yet Michael the archangel, when contending with the devil, he disputed about the body of Moses, thus not bringing against him a railing accusation, but said, Yahuwah rebuked thee.
All right, so Michael, big and powerful, did not bring any railing accusations as we are doing against these governments and these people today, especially out in the streets. He just said, Yahuwah rebuked thee. Verse 10.
But these speak of evil of those things which they know not, but what they know naturally, as brute beasts, in those things they corrupt themselves.
You see? So when they despise the dominions and the dignitaries, when they despise the governments and the leaders in captivity, it says you're speaking the things which you know naturally. It's just natural. Okay, you know naturally these people are the Edomites. These people are our oppressors. These people are going to get punishment. And you rail up against them and you revile them. All right? In those things, you correct yourself because you're doing it naturally as brute beasts, which just means you're doing it naturally without any understanding.
Yeah. And
verse 11.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I'm saying certainly any of us that actually think like that or act that way, we are still leaning onto our own understanding and we are still going against the word of the Most High. Because I've seen many of my brothers take this scripture and say it was inserted, which is not true. Why? Because they don't have the understanding, right? So they don't understand that even with the wicked, if we honor the Most High on his word to say, do not despise the wicked, the Most High can use the very same wicked, if you're a wise person, to actually caution you of dangers, because the wicked also acts according to the word. Remember, the Most High reveals all of his plans here on earth. The same way he has put in the same condition down for the wicked to also disclose all their wickedness before us. So now, if you are abhorring the wicked and you hate them and you don't literally watch what they do or what they say, they've actually announced to you their plans. And if you don't take caution against it because you are proud, it will come to haunt you and to hurt you. And that is what it is. So you have to be wise and be able to stand in the place where by you don't have anything against them. You leave them to act the way they do. And you sit there with wisdom and hear and listen and be able to make sound decisions from what they say. So you cannot hate them and despise them.
No, because let me get it. I'm getting it.
Okay.
Where is it again?
Will Yahweh do anything without first revealing it?
No, not that one.
What?
Let me see if I can get it. Yeah, I think. All right, here it is. Read this, please.
And they shall drive thee from men, and thy dwelling shall be with the beasts of the field. They shall make thee to eat grass as oxen, and 7 times shall pass over thee, until thou know that the Most High ruleth in the kingdom of men, and giveth it to whomsoever he will.
That's it. So that's why the dominions and dignitaries come in. He gives it to whomsoever he will to bring out his will. And their will for us is our captivity. But the fact that we are waking up from our captivity does not mean our captivity is over. Our captivity will not be over until the time of the Gentiles is over.
It's fulfilled, yes.
And the time of the Gentiles will not be fulfilled until we are ready to enter into the kingdom.
And interestingly, an interesting part is that even in this time of awakening, guess how the Most High is using the very same Gentiles to awaken us?
Yes.
Some of them come from secret places to reveal the agenda of their fathers and their leaders. All right, they break loyalty codes that they've sworn allegiance to their people, and they come and disclose the secret informations to us, the children. And that's how many of us are able to be quickened to avoid their schemes and their wickedness. So how can you abhor them when you don't know what the Most High is going to do through them for your life as well?
All right. So they are there for our punishment. So we have to just take what we get. Jude 11, 1:11. Jude 1:11.
Woe unto them, for they have gone in the way of Cain, and run greedily after the error of Balaam for reward, and perished in the gainsaying of Kor.
All right. So 3 different people here. They have gone in the way of Cain, which means they were not willing to offer up a good sacrifice unto the Most High. Balaam was the one who, what do you call it, for reward?
Yeah,
What you call it?
was taken to go curse the children of Yasharal.
Yeah, divination
Yes.
for reward. So he went after reward. So these, what it's actually telling you is the characteristics of the people who will think this way and perish in the gainsaying of Korah. Korah was the one who went up against Moses, saying that we are all holy. Why are you acting as if the Most High has chosen you alone? We are all holy, and came up against Moses. So these 3 people are the characteristics of those who despise dominions. Verse 12.
These are spots in your feast of charity. When they feast with you, feeding themselves without fear, clouds they are without water, carried about of winds, trees whose fruit withereth without fruit, twice dead, plucked up by the roots.
All right. So it's verse 16.
These are murmurers, complainers, walking after their own lust, and their mouth speaketh great swelling words, having men's persons in admiration because of advantage.
All of these things come with people who despise dominions, who despise the authority of the Most High. There'll be murmurers, complainers, walking after their own lust, and speaking great swelling words, and having men's persons in admiration because of advantage. Okay. 1 Peter 2:13-25. The danger of despising dominions. 1 Peter 2:13-25. Go ahead, please.
Submit yourselves to every ordinance of man for Yahuwah's sake, whether it be to the king as supreme,
Continue.
or unto governors, as unto them that are sent by him for the punishment of evildoers, and for the praise of them that do well.
All right. So in scriptures like these, they say have been inserted.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is not so. When you understand, Yahuwah created the wicked for the day of evil.
Yes.
He created good and he created evil.
Yes.
He called Nebuchadnezzar his servant. He called Cyrus his servant. These people had his people in captivity. And we're going to see Azariah that is Abednego in Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. Azariah called Babylon, called Nebuchadnezzar a wicked king, called him the most wicked king. But yet still the Most High called him his servant. Why? Because they are there for a purpose, and that is to punish his people. You cannot disrespect them or you disrespect the Most High's authority. Simple. So submit yourselves to every ordinance of man. It is only one time the Most High told us to disobey. Only one time he told us to disobey authority that I can see or remember. Somebody else maybe can find another time. And it is with the mark of the beast. That's the only time. He says, if any man take the mark, and he told us about the beast and the system. But every other time, it is to obey. And as a matter of fact, we're going to look at the Most High obeyed himself. The Most High himself obeyed the authority of man when he executes his judgment. We're going to look at that. Continue.
For so is the will of Allah, that with well-doing ye may put to silence the ignorance of foolish men.
You see it? It is the will of Allah. It is the will of Allah that these people are set over you. That with well-doing, because guess what? We are being judged by how we conduct ourselves in these people's system. Yes?
Yeah. Yeah.
So with these people, the only thing you do, you go and tell your people and warn these people about the wickedness that these people are doing. But you do not turn and attack these people, whether verbally or otherwise, because they are the Most High's authority.
They are used to perfect the saints.
Yeah, that's it. For the perfection of the saints. Verse 16.
As free, and not using your liberty for a cloak of maliciousness, but as the servants of Allah.
And this is for us today. We are free in Yahusha, but not using our liberty to do anything malicious. But we use our liberty as the servants of Allah. And the servants of Allah, we go and we spread the word of the Most High. We spread the truth of the Most High and call people to repentance, call people to the good news of the kingdom. 17.
Honor all men, love the brotherhood, fear Allah, honor the king.
That's it. Honor all. Love the brethren. Fear Allah. Honor the king. Give honor where honor is due. So you're saying that we are Christians. We are like Christians. That's not it. Verse 18.
Servants, be subject to your masters with all fear, not only to the good and gentle, but also to the froward.
So even those who are rough and those who are not good, malicious and all of that, you still are subject to them with all fear, because it's a test, as we're saying. It is a part of our test. Verse 19.
Someone will say, but what about those that seek to harm our families, our children?
What you mean, like people would seek to harm you? No, then you're gonna make sure you come out of harm's way. You make sure you preserve yourself.
Wisdom is gonna lead you to make decisions that put you out of harm's way. As simple as that.
Yeah, you're not gonna stay in the middle of wickedness. You're gonna go. Verse 19.
For this is thankworthy, if a man for conscience toward Allah endure grief, suffering wrongfully.
That's what these people are there for. It is thankworthy. That's where the Most High looks at it and says, yes, you are suffering wrongfully like his son, and you took it and endured it. He says, yes, this is my son. Verse 20.
For even hereunto were ye called, because Mashiach was...
Verse 20.
For what glory is it? When ye be buffeted for your faults, ye shall take it patiently. But if, when ye do well and suffer for it, ye take it patiently, this is acceptable with Allah.
All right. So this is what it is about. Now, Many of our brothers believe that we must not take any suffering now from our oppressors. Yeah? We must
Yeah.
not take anything from them. Know that we know who we are. Get out of here. We don't want to hear anything from you. It is wrong. Verse 21.
For even hereunto were ye called, but Mashiach also suffered for us, leaving us an example that ye should follow his steps.
That's it. Follow his steps by suffering wrongfully and taking it. Verse 22.
Who did no sin, neither was guile found in his mouth.
Continue.
Who when was reviled not again. When he suffered, he threatened not, but committed himself to him that judgeth righteously.
That's what we're talking about. That's what these people are there for. When he was reviled, he did not revile again. He did not respond, did not retaliate. Verse 24.
Who his own self bare our sins in his own body on the stake, that we, being dead to sin, should live unto righteousness, by whose stripes ye were healed.
All right, so through him, through his act, then we are healed. But verse 25 says,
For ye were as sheep going astray, but are now returned unto the shepherd and bishop of your souls.
so you're going astray. If you follow him, if you follow his example, if you follow his steps by suffering wrongfully, being a part of it, then you will return to the shepherd and bishop of your souls. Here's another one that they say is inserted. Romans 13, 1-7. When you understand how the Most High works, he works in dispensations. We are in captivity. He gives us a ruler who is going to make sure that we whole, make sure that our lives is miserable and not comfortable. When he takes us out of captivity, the relief that he gives us is beyond compare. We will never imagine, can't even imagine. As Apostle Charles says, eyes have not seen, nor ears heard what he has prepared for us. Okay? But for now, we are the tail and not the head, so we have to be subject to the higher powers. Romans 3, verse 1. Read, please.
Let every soul be subject to unto the higher powers, for there is no power but of Allah. The powers that be are ordained of Allah.
It's the same thing that we saw in Daniel, right?
Yeah.
When he says he reigns in the affairs of men and gives the kingdom to whomever he wishes and sets over it whomever he wishes. All right? So the fact that these people are oppressing us, that's just a part of our captivity. Our captivity is not over. Jerusalem shall be trodden down of the Gentiles until the fullness of the Gentiles come in. They shall be taken captive. And that was what happened. We have been taken captive, and Jerusalem is still being trodden down of the Gentiles, because if you believe that that place they call Jerusalem is Jerusalem, Gentiles are trampling down. If you believe Jerusalem is elsewhere, Gentiles are still trampling it down, because the children of Yasharal have not yet been gathered. So wherever Jerusalem is, it is being trodden down of the Gentiles still, which means that we are still in captivity. Continue, please.
Whosoever therefore resisted the power, resisted the ordinance of Allah, and they that resist shall receive to themselves damnation.
Oh. Whosoever therefore resisteth the power, resists the ordinance of Allah. Now tell me something now, Shamuel. Which one now is better? According to the word. I want you to answer me now. Is it better?
It's better to subject yourself to them.
Hold on.
To face
you answered the question before the question. Is it better for me to resist against the system, the government, the authorities? Is it better for me to resist against it and run the risk? What if this is right? Then it says, I shall receive damnation. But what if it is wrong? Am I wrong? Will I be chastised for being like the Messiah and subjecting myself to the authority?
I sack myself. Even before the boss sacked me, I sacked myself. It is better to subject yourself to the authority here on this earth. It is better than to face the wrath of the Most High, because that wouldn't be nice. That wouldn't be cool.
Because
Again,
yeah, go ahead.
I was saying that this is it's got this two-way. When do we subject ourselves to this authority? Just as we've seen not so long ago, or it's still going on even, that the authorities would say, just go on and take the vax, go on and do this and so forth.
Right.
We had to apply wisdom, knowing what the scripture says, when to subject and when not to. We need to be able to reach that level whereby we know when to listen and obey, and when to really having to obey Yahuwah rather than men. So that will help us actually not to fall neither on the side of against Yahuwah or against what he said for us to obey men. Yes.
All right. All right. So the thing that we said before is that one time we were told to disobey them, and that was with the mark of the beast.
Yes.
So we know when the mark of the beast comes and these people say, hey, bam, we know that we do not obey them. Okay? And we're going to look next and show that we were never told to rebel against Babylon, nor Egypt in our captivity. It's another part of it. Okay? So let's continue with Romans. Where are we at? 7? Verse 3.
For the rulers are not a terror to good works, but to the evil. Will thou then not be afraid of the power? Do that which is good, and thou shalt have praise of the same.
All right, and as we said, there's the exception of this mark of the beast thing. Verse 4.
For he is
All
a
right,
minister.
All right, go ahead.
For he is a minister of Allure to thee for good. But if thou do that which is evil, be afraid. For he beareth not the sword in vain. For he is the minister of Allure, a revenger to execute wrath upon him that doeth evil.
So that's what the system works for. If there is a thing that they say law-abiding citizen. Law-abiding citizens usually don't get into any trouble. This is what it's actually saying. It is a minister for good. If you obey the law, then you won't get into any trouble, most likely. All right, okay? Unless, of course, if you are a black man in America, whether you do good or bad, you'll probably get into trouble. But that's another story. But law-abiding citizens is less likely to get into trouble. Okay? Verse 5.
Wherefore ye must needs be subject, not only for wrath, but also for conscience sake.
All right, so we can stop there. So for the conscience sake, you know that this is right. So it's not only that you don't want to get the on the wrong end of the law, but you're just doing that which your conscience tells you is actually right. Okay? And we have to remember Deuteronomy 28:44 that we are in captivity and suffering under the curses of the law. And the curses such as this, verse 44.
He shall lend to thee, and thou shalt not lend to him. He shall be the head, and thou shalt be the tail.
We must remember that we are the tail at this time. We are not the head because we have not yet been gathered. So we need to keep ourselves humble. So we are looking at the pride of finding out who we are and what it has spawned with this rebellion against authority, which it says makes us, in the book of Romans, it says we will get damnation for it. So it's very important that we point it out. Now, we were never told to rebel against Babylon nor Egypt in our captivity. What did I say to you? With you, I say, what message to you? We were never told to rebel against Babylon nor Egypt in our captivities. The implication of that, we are actually in these two captivities. We were brought into Egypt with ships, and they said they liberated us and now have us in this Babylonian captivity, but we are still in Egypt, and we are also in Babylon. Now, if we go back, there was never a time when the Most High told us to rebel against them. Let's go and see what will happen. What was prophesied in 2nd Baruch as happening when we are in Babylon. Okay? Read from verse 5, please.
Towards his righteous judgment. Yet after these things shall the despairs among the Gentiles be taken hold of by tribulation, and in shame. Let me just bring the screen back again.
In shame shall they dwell every place?
And in shame shall they dwell in every place.
All right, so here's what this is happening now. Here's what is happening. The angel is telling Baruch what is coming in our time, in the end times. This is in the end times with Babylon, when we are going to be in captivity. It says, in shame. In what, Shamuel?
In shame.
In shame shall they dwell in every place. We are the tail and not the head.
Reproach, byword.
Yes, and it tells you why in the next verse, verse 6, read.
Okay, verse 6. Because so far as Zion is delivered up and Jerusalem laid waste, shall idols prosper in the cities of the Gentiles.
All right, hold there, please. As long as we are in captivity, as long as Zion is delivered up, as long as Jerusalem laid waste, as it is now, the gods of the Gentiles shall prosper. That's why JC and all of those gods have prospered over time. They prosper. When the gods prosper, then the nation itself will prosper. And it says the gods prosper. The gods brings the prosperity. Okay? Remember we said Babylon is false worship and wealth. Both go hand in hand. Yes? So they have the power and authority. And what happens to Zion? Read, and the vapor.
And the vapor of the smoke of the incense of the righteousness, which is by the law, is extinguished in Zion. And in the region of Zion, in every place, lo, there is the smoke of impiety.
All right. So in Zion, wherever our people are, there will be unrighteousness. Yes?
Yeah.
And the righteousness is going to be extinguished in Zion and among our people. What verse 7 says?
But the king of Babylon will arise, who has now destroyed Zion.
Okay, hold on. Hold on. The king of Babylon will arise. What it's actually saying is that Babylon will dominate in the end time. It says, which has now destroyed Babylon. So it wasn't speaking about Babylon in those days. It's speaking about Babylon in the end times. These were prophecy of the 12 waters, and these were prophecies of the end. Okay?
Yeah.
Continue.
And he will speak great things in his heart and in the presence of the Most High. But he also shall fall at last. These are the black waters. So
the king of Babylon will arise and will boast over the people and will speak great things in his heart. This is a prophecy of the end time leader of the New World Order, one world government. All right? So the whole point being is that as long as Zion is delivered and Jerusalem laid waste, the Gentiles shall prosper and our people will be the tail. So we have no right to be raising up against the nations. So we were never told to rebel against Babylon. As a matter of fact, it was the opposite. Jeremiah 27, verse 5 to 22. So this is just one aspect of the pride that we're talking about, as we're going to end very soon. Jeremiah 27, 22. What did I say? 27.
Verse 5.
Oh, 5.
Yeah. Verse 5 to 22. Yeah.
Go ahead.
I have made the earth, the man and the beast that are upon the ground, by my great power and by my outstretched arm, and have given it unto whom it seemed meet unto me.
See, same thing here.
Yeah.
All right.
Continues. Yeah.
Continue. This is why we have to keep ourselves quiet until the Most High gathers us. Verse 6. This is Babylon. Mm-hmm.
And now have I given all these lands into the hand of Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babylon, my servant. And the beasts of the field have I given him also to serve him.
Everything has been given in Babylon's hand. And if you look at it today, it was prophesied in 2nd Baruch. And if you look at it today, this is how it is. Every single thing now today serves Babylon. Just think about it. What does not serve Babylon today? Every single thing. Verse 7.
And all nations shall serve him, and his son, and his son's son, until the very time of his land come. And then many nations and great kings shall serve themselves of him.
All right. So in the end, all nations shall serve him. But then it's going to be a turnaround in the end. Verse 8.
And it shall come to pass that the nation and kingdom which will not serve the same Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babylon, and that will not put their neck under the yoke of the king of Babylon, that nation will I punish, saith Yahweh, with the sword and with famine and with the pestilence, until I have consumed them by his hand.
Now people have to understand how the Most High works. Yes? He puts us under them, and then he will punish us. He will punish us if we disobey these people, as wicked as they are. Verse 9.
Therefore hearken not ye to your prophets, nor to your diviners, nor to your dreamers, nor to your enchanters, nor to your sorcerers, which speak unto you, saying, Ye shall not serve the king of Babylon. For they prophesy a lie unto you, to remove you far from your land, and that I should drive you out, and ye should perish.
All right. So the Most High never tells us to disobey the king of Babylon. What the Most High tells us to do, flee. You flee away from him. You don't rebel, stay and rebel against him. Continue.
For they prophesy a lie unto you, to remove you far off from your land, and that I should drive you out, and ye should perish. But the nations that bring their neck under the yoke of the king of Babylon and serve him, those will I let remain still in their own land, saith Yahweh, and they shall till it and dwell therein.
Babylon system. And that is why every nation I know today that rebels against the system, the Most High allows Babylon USA to go there and destroy their nation. It's no coincidence. It's the same thing. Continue. Shamuel.
I speak also to Zedekiah, the king of Judah, according to all these words, saying, Bring your necks under the yoke of the king of Babylon, and serve him and his people, and live.
Mm-hmm.
Why will ye die, thou and thy people, by the sword and by famine, and by the pestilence, as Yahuwah hath spoken against a nation that will not serve the king of Babylon.
You see that? When he sets up an authority, you will die by the sword, by the famine and pestilence when you rebel against his authority. 14.
Therefore hearken not unto the words of the prophet that speak unto you, saying, Ye shall not serve the king of Babylon, for they prophesy a lie unto you.
Mm-hmm.
For I have not sent them, saith Yahuwah, yet they prophesy a lie in my name, that I might drive you out, and that ye might perish, ye and the prophets that prophesy unto you.
All right, so hearing this now, who would you believe now, Shamuel? Would you believe someone who says, obey the authorities, or someone who says, rebel against the authorities?
It sounds obvious from where I sit, so...
It's very obvious.
Yeah, very obvious.
We are in Babylon. We say we are in captivity. We have not yet been gathered out of captivity. That means we are still in captivity in Babylon. We have still not yet been gathered out of Egypt. That means we are in Babylon. So we are to keep ourselves quiet in Babylon. Simple. And so, what did the Most High say? As we said before, the Most High never told us to rebel against Babylon. He told us this verse that we know by heart. Read it, please.
Flee out of the midst of Babylon, and deliver every man his soul. Be not cut off in her iniquity, for this is the time of Yahuwah's vengeance. He will render unto her a recompense.
So he told us to flee out of Babylon. He never told to stay and rebel against Nebuchadnezzar. Now, in Egypt, it's the same thing. In Egypt, remember, the Most High could have just toppled Pharaoh and just tear down Egypt and say, Pharaoh, I'm taking out my... What did he do? He sent Moses to ask Pharaoh over and over again. Read, please.
And Yahuwah spake unto Moses, Go unto Pharaoh, and say unto him, Thus saith Yahuwah, Let my people go, that they may serve me. And if thou refuse...
verse 2.
And if thou refuse to let them go, behold, I will smite all thy borders with frogs.
All right, so the Most High never seek to topple the government and say, we doesn't want you to go. Just leave. Now he asked for permission. Exodus 11, 2-3. We're going to see he never told us to rebel against these people. Read, please. Read, please. Shamuel is here. Shamuel.
Yes, bro. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. We just had power cuts here. Sorry. It's been ongoing.
Okay.
The government is frustrating us with these power cuts. Okay. Okay. So Exodus 11 verse 2. Speak now in the ears of the people, and let every man borrow of his neighbor, and every woman of her neighbor, jewels of silver and jewels of gold.
Continue.
And Yahuwah gave the people favor in the sight of the Egyptians. Moreover, the man Moses was very great in the land of Egypt, in the sight of Pharaoh's servants, and in the sight of the people.
This is what we want. Yahuwah gave the people favor. When we are in captivity and it's time for us to go out, it is not by might nor by power, but by Yahuwah's ruach. It is Yahuwah who will give them favor. So we don't fight them. Yahuwah gives us favor. And Exodus 12, verse 51. When it's time to come out, I'm going to show you something here. Exodus 12, 51. This is when they came out of Egypt. And hear this, verse 51.
And it came to pass the selfsame day that Yahuwah did bring the children of Israel out of the land of Egypt by their armies.
By their what?
By their armies.
By their armies. That means the children of Israel are not just powerless. They had their armies. And yet still they were in Egypt. The Most High never let them fight against Egypt, because he gives his authority in order. And so he never lets his people rebel against the authority that he makes them come out from under these kings, when he gives these kings the authority over them to have them in captivity. But when he takes them out, there comes a time when he activates his people to war against these people. But he will tell them, and they will know when it's time to fight. But before he activates his people and empowers his people, he does not give them the authority to rebel against these people. So that's why we go to the Babylonian captivity, Isaiah 14, 1-7. Don't let our pride get us. And we're going to show when he empowers his people to turn on Babylon. Isaiah 14, 1-7. These two verses, first verses, we know very well. And we're going to show when now he turns his people on Babylon. Read, please.
For Yahuwah will have mercy on Jacob, and will yet choose Israel, and set them in their own land. And the strangers shall be joined with them, and they shall cleave to the house of Jacob.
So it's when they are set in their own land. It is when they are set in their own land when they will have authority. That is when the time of the Gentiles is over, and the authority, the power shifts to Jacob. Verse 2.
And the people shall take them and bring them to their place, and the house of Yasharal shall possess them in the land of Yahuwah for servants and handmaids. And they shall take them captives, whose captives they were, and they shall rule over their oppressors.
This now is when the power has changed, and we become the head and not the tail. And all those who were the head now become the tail. Verse 3.
And it shall come to pass in the day that Yahuwah shall give thee rest from thy sorrow, and from thy fear, and from the hard bondage wherein thou wast made to serve.
That is it. That is when we are in the land. That is when all the whole order is turned around. Verse 14.
That thou shalt take up this proverb against the king of Babylon, and say, How hath the oppressor seized, the golden city seized? Yahuwah hath broken.
So it is when we are out, the Most High gives us the authority to taunt these people. When we are out and we have been given rest. When we are into the land, and these people now become our servants. Verse 5.
Yahuwah have broken the staff of the wicked, and the scepter of the rulers.
All right. So who has done it?
Yahuwah.
Not us by our might. It's Yahuwah who has done it. So it's not for us. Yeah? So verse 6 says,
He who smote the people in wrath with the continual stroke, he that ruled the nations in anger and persecuted, and none hindereth.
Is persecuted and none hindereth. And verse 7.
The whole earth is at rest and is quiet. They break forth into singing.
And that's it, Babylon. We are called to not rebel against those persons among whom we are in captivity. All right? And we must never forget that we are in captivity for the sins of our fathers. We are in captivity for the sins of our fathers. So when we are in captivity and we find out who we are and who our oppressors are, we don't turn and rebel against them. We turn now and remember and understand what our fathers have done to bring us into this. and to turn and to pray against the sins of our fathers. Daniel 3:23 to 45. This is not in the other Bible. Daniel 3:23. Oh, this thing is skipping. Yeah. Yeah. This was an account of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. Yeah, can read, please.
And these three men, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, fell down bound into the midst of the burning fiery furnace. And they walked in the midst of the fire, praising Allah and blessing Yahuwah. Then Azariah stood up and prayed on this manner, and opening his mouth in the midst of the fire said, Blessed art thou, O Yahuwah, Allah of our fathers. Thy name is worthy to be praised and glorified forevermore. For thou art righteous in all the things that thou hast done to us. Yea, true are all thy works, thy ways are right, and all thy judgments truth.
All right. So this is what we need to be doing. When we are being persecuted by our oppressors, we just turn and say, Father, I understand. Your ways are right. Your ways are righteous. We are suffering for our fathers. And your judgment is true. There? This is it. Verse 28.
It will never make sense to the people that are still walking and being led by themselves.
Yeah.
In all the things that thou hast brought upon us and upon the holy city of our fathers, even Jerusalem, thou hast executed true judgment. For according to truth and judgment didst thou bring all these things upon us because of our sins.
Because of our sins. How are you going to be angry?
Departing from thee.
How are we going to be angry with these people, with our oppressors? And it is the Most High's judgment that these oppressors oppress us. It is us, it is because of our sins. Because we have sinned and committed iniquity, departing from thee. Verse 30.
In all the things have we trespassed, and not obeyed thy commandments, nor kept them, and neither done as thou hast commanded us, that it might go well with us. Wherefore, all that thou hast brought upon us, and everything that thou hast done to us, thou hast done in true judgment.
All right, so here pride gone down the road now. Because now we find out who we are. It is going to be humility. Yeah? All that you brought upon us is true. And your judgment is true. Continue.
And thou didst deliver us into the hands of the lawless king.
Lawless enemies.
The lawless enemies, most hateful forsakers of Allah, and to an unjust king, and the most wicked in all the world.
Hold on there. This was Nebuchadnezzar, who the Most High called his servant. And what did Azariah describe him as?
As a most wicked in the world. He ranks number one.
Number one wicked in the world. And they were among them, and they did not rebel against them.
Yeah.
Verse 33.
Now we cannot open our mouths. We have become a shame and a reproach to thy servants, and to them that worship thee. Yet deliver us not up wholly for thy name's sake, neither disanew thou thy covenant. And cause not thy mercy to depart from us, but for thy beloved Abraham's sake, for thy servant Isaac's sake, and for thy holy Yasharal's sake. To whom thou hast spoken and promised that thou wouldest multiply their seed as the stars of heaven, and as the sand that lieth upon the seashore. For we, O Yahuwah, are become less than any nation, and be kept under this day in all the world because of our sins. Neither is there at this time prince, or prophet, or leader, or burnt offering, or sacrifice, or oblation, or incense, or place to sacrifice before thee, and to find mercy.
Mm-hmm.
Nevertheless, in a contrite heart and a humble spirit, let us be accepted, like as in the burnt offerings of rams and bullocks, and like as in the tens, thousands of fat lambs. So let our sacrifice be in thy sight this day, and grant that we may wholly go after thee, for they shall not be confounded that put their trust in thee.
Yeah. So the trust we should have today is in Alua. Yeah.
Yes.
Put our trust in him. So we should be putting our trust in him. We should not be trying to do anything of our own effort, and putting our trust in him by obeying who is set over us until we can flee, because we do not have any talk until we can flee out of Babylon. We have to flee out of Babylon and leave them alone before we can have any talk. 41.
And now we follow thee with all our hearts. We fear thee and seek thy face. Put us not to shame, but deal with us after thy loving kindness and according to the multitude of thy mercies.
Mm-hmm.
Deliver us also according to thy marvelous works, and give glory to thy name, O Yahuwah. And let all them that do thy servants hurt be ashamed.
Yeah.
And let them be confounded in all their power and might, and let their strength be broken. And let them know that thou art Alua, the only Alua, and glorious over the whole world.
So this is what we should be doing. Praying to Yahuwah and not trying to take things in our own hand. All right. So in verse 46.
All right. And the king's servants that put them in cease not to make the oven hot with rosin, pitch, tow, and small wood, so that the flames stream forth above the furnace 49 cubits.
Mm-hmm. What, 49?
And burn those Chaldeans. But the angel of Yahuwah came down into the oven together with Azarias and his fellows, and smote the flame of the fire out of the oven.
All right, you can't stop there. You can't stop there. It is through prayer everything was turned around, not by might and not by power, but by the prayer that everything was turned around. All right. So we looked earlier. These are some more verses. Why we must be like Yahusha to overcome pride. Because the pride that we just looked at, the pride of who we are and not willing to subject ourselves to authority, because we can become so proud that we don't want anyone to actually rule over us. Because, we are Israelites, and you cannot rule over us. It's the Most High who rules over us, but that's not so. So here are some verses. You can check them out on your own to show why we must be like Yahusha to overcome pride. And we cannot overcome if we strive against the oppressors. How many time has gone? 3? All right.
Yeah.
All right. So we cannot overcome the oppressors if we strive against the oppressors. Revelation 2:8-10, we're going to see that in the end time, we are not to be striving against oppressors. At least we are going to be rewarded if we accept the punishment of the oppressors and come out victorious. Revelation 2:8, read please.
And unto the angel of the church in Smyrna, right?
Of the congregation in Smyrna.
These things. sorry. Oh, yeah. And unto the angel of the congregation in Smyrna, right? These things saith the first and the last, which was dead and is alive. I know thy works and tribulation and poverty, but thou art rich. And I know the blasphemy of them which say they are Jews and are not, but are the synagogue of Satan.
Mm-hmm.
Fear none of those things which thou shalt suffer. Behold, The devil shall cast some of you into prison, that ye may be tried, and ye shall have tribulation 10 days. In 10 days, be thou faithful unto death, and I will give thee a crown of life.
All right, you see that? It is the oppressors that are going to cast him in prison. He says it's the devil who shall do it. And if they are faithful unto death, he will give them a crown of life. Okay? 2 Corinthians 11, 22 to 33.
And when we see be thou faithful unto death, how do we still, bro, I don't know how some people come up with these things, right? It says be faithful unto death, and yet people say defend yourself, defend your own life.
Yeah, I forgot about that one.
You are not even in the faith. You really are far away from the faith. That's the truth.
Yes. Telling people to go and buy guns. We need to get more guns. And we need to this, and we need to defend ourselves. So they are actually still in the flesh. They don't have the emunah. They don't have the emunah that it takes to say the Most High will protect me. No.
Yes, and also it shows how they don't have faith. In other words, they don't believe that the promises of the Most High is true, because he says, I will raise you up. I will give you life. This was the very same thing that inspired the elders or the disciples to build faith. After they saw Yahusha raised from the dead, their faith, their emunah just changed. It went on another level. They were ready to die any day. So how can we say we are also followers of the Mashiach, and yet we are preaching to people revenge? Then which part do we leave for Yahuwah to take vengeance by himself?
All right. So here's another one now. This now is the Apostle Shaul telling us that actually people think that they are Hebrews. That's not it. Read, please.
Are they Hebrews? So am I. Are they Israelites? So am I. Are they the seed of Abraham? So am I. Are they ministers of Mashiach? I speak as a fool. I am more. In labors more abundant, in stripes above measure, in prisons more frequent, in deaths oft. Of the Jews 5 times received I 40 stripes save one. Wow. Thrice was I beaten with rods. Once was I stoned, thrice I suffered shipwreck. And night and day I have been in the deep, in journeyings often, in perils of water, in perils of robbers, in perils of my own countrymen, in perils by the perils of the sea, in perils amongst false brethren, in weariness and in painfulness, in watchings often, in hunger and thirst, in fastings often, in cold and nakedness.
All right. So this is the life of a believer. Yeah. Some of us as believers believe that we mustn't go through anything because we are Israelites. He's saying, hey, you think you're Israelite?
Who am I?
So am I. 1 Peter 3:12 to 18. Read, please.
For the eyes of Yahuwah are over the righteous, and his ears are open unto their prayers, but the face of Yahuwah is against them that do evil. And who is he that will harm you, if ye be followers of that which is good? But and if ye suffer for righteousness' sake, happy are ye, and be not afraid of their terror, neither be troubled.
All right, so you suffer for righteousness' sake. Happy are ye. What about this? All of this, I tell you that we only use the New Testament as a token. We don't seek to live every word that is written. Yeah. Continue.
But sanctify Yahuwah Allah in your hearts, and be ready always to give an answer to every man that asketh you a reason of the hope that is in you with meekness and fear.
Meekness and fear. That is how you answer people about your salvation. Verse 16.
Having a good conscience that whereas they spake evil of you as of evildoers, they may be ashamed that falsely accuse your good conversation in Mashiach.
Continue.
17. For it is better, if the will of Allah be so, that ye suffer for well-doing than for evil-doing.
This is what we are saying. Suffer for well-doing than for evil-doing. Verse 18.
For Mashiach also hath once suffered for sins, the just for the unjust, that he might bring us to Allah, being put to death in the flesh, but quickened by the Spirit.
All right. So the suffering, we are suffering servants. We are supposed to be suffering believers willing to suffer for righteousness' sake. Okay? And that is really what. Love your enemies. I'll leave that for another time. Yahuwah willing. So, yeah. Pride. Yahusha HaMashiach, the stumbling stone. Without Yahusha, we will bow to pride and we will not be able to overcome pride. Sorry to say. So, oh boy. Pride. Very tough thing to overcome. As we said, we have been cultured in pride. But if we die daily, if we deny self, if we live in Hamashiach, then it will be easy to die to self. And when I say easy, if you truly follow Hamashiach and his examples, if we are willing to give up everything and to have nothing and to live nowhere and to sleep in the open air as he has done, to be the fox who has their whole the birds who have their nest, but the Son of Man has nowhere to lay his head, to be like that, then pride would not be such of a difficult thing for us to overcome. All right. But as long as we are going to have our pride in religion, our pride in self, pride in the law, pride in anything that is not Hamashiach, then we are going to be in serious trouble with pride. And the proud cannot enter into the kingdom, because the proud, let me just get this, the works of the flesh. The works of the flesh, Galatians 5:19. These are what we are going to be walking in if we are not walking in Hamashiach. Read, please, bro.
Now the works of the flesh are manifest, which are these: adultery, fornication, uncleanness, lasciviousness, idolatry, witchcraft, hatred, variance, emulations, wrath, strife, seditions, heresies, envyings, murders, drunkenness, revelings, and such like of the which I tell you before, as I have also told you in time past, that they which do such things shall not inherit the kingdom of Allah.
All right, so those are what you get when you have pride, when you do not walk in Hamashiach, when you do not dwell in Hamashiach, when Hamashiach is a stumbling stone. And boy, oh boy, I'm telling you, this is serious. All right? So when Hamashiach is truly in you, then this is what we'll be walking in. Verse 22.
But the fruit of the Spirit is love, joy, peace, long-suffering, gentleness, goodness, faith, meekness, temperance. Against such there is no law.
So this is what we should be walking in. But sadly, most of us are walking in the work of the flesh. All right? So, yeah, that's what I have to present today. Hope it made a difference to someone. Sanctification, pride, it's a burden that many of us have. We could not really go into pride. Pride is very, very deep. And if we were to go into it today, we wouldn't have ended. All right? Pride is manifest in so many other ways and so many other things to it. But that's what we have to talk about. El Predator, are you there? Or have you fled already? Is he there?
Already fled.
Oh boy. Okay.
A quick one though, bro.
Yeah.
Can you just in a summary, can you briefly tell us what the faith of Yahusha is?
The faith of Yahusha is exactly how he lived his life. The faith that he had in his Father to the very end, unto death. He committed himself unto his Father, even unto death. Yeah? When the thought of death came upon him, he said, nevertheless, not my will, but thy will be done. So the emana of Yahusha is believing in him, but also living how he lived, emulating his life, having the same faith that he had. And that emuna is a very, very deep faith, very, very deep emuna, which is why in Revelation 12:11, it says, they overcame him by the blood of the Lamb and the word of their testimony, and they loved not their lives unto the death. So to have the emuna of Yahusha, you cannot love your life unto the death. You have to be willing to die. All right?
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Oh, it makes sense?
It makes a lot of sense. I mean, the faith or the testimony of Yahusha is literally believing in his Father's word all the way, even to the very end, which is laying down his life. And that is a phrase, emunah, of faith we have been called to have, is to also be obedient, subject ourselves to every word. Proverbs 3:5. Trust in Yahuwah with all thy heart and lean not on thy own understanding. But in all your ways, acknowledge him, and he shall direct our path. All right. That's it. So that's the faith of Yahusha. Don't take vengeance into your hands. Please, that is a dangerous offense. Do not take vengeance into your own hands. All right.
All right. Brother Mahar.
Shalom, shalom.
Shalom.
You just made mention that pride is so deep, and if you should go all in the corners, today would be ended and you still would not complete, right? And the same applies to all of them. So what we are seeing with that, if we really deny ourselves and allow the Ruach of the Most High to lead us, because just like pride, we have like all the others, they have lengthy traits. And if we should go through all of those, man, for real, we couldn't come to the end. But the Ruach of the Most, I will definitely take care of those if we allow the Ruach to lead us, because that Ruach is the Ruach of truth. He will find those corners and crevices to go into. But if we just allow the Ruach to lead us, we're good. The problem is many of us, we are trying to do some things on our own. And even though it is shown to us every time that we can't do it, it doesn't matter how hard you try, you just cannot do it. There is some things that just can't touch. It is just the Most High Ruach will take us through those paths and valley. So while we are here seeking the indwelling of the Ruach, let us remember that the love of the Most High is very, very important. We cannot go without that, all right? We believe that wherever you see love, the Ruach is right beside it, not too far away. So if we allow the order of the Most High to take place, we should be well on our way. So let's be mindful not being taken away by or taken away by the things of this world, because trust me, all this devil need is a very small quarter of a rice grain. That's all he wants in, and then he will bind the strong man and take hold and damage and destroy and all those things that we don't need. So let us just forget about ourselves, because we are nothing at all, nothing. And let the rock of the Most High lead us in all righteousness. So let it be.
So let it be. Shamwa.
Hey, bro, we have said it all. It's a baggage for me to carry home to go to go ponder on and to work on myself. Taking everything within my stride and to understand it's not about me, it's not about you, it's not about any of us. It's about Yahuwah and what he's doing on the earth, reconciling his people back to himself. All right, and as teachers, we have a great responsibility. I mean, I always say, if the word is given to you, you need to know the burden you carry. And some of the prophets will usually say, the burden of Yahweh is on me. And we wouldn't even understand that. like, son of man, you must speak all these words. Even if they will love you, even if they will hate you. But also the danger that falls on us also as teachers and carriers of his word is the temptation of pride which you have brought. And I'm very happy, personally, I'm very happy that hey, I can with open arms take it, ponder upon it, examine myself every single day. It does not hurt to do that. If the kingdom is all we desire, then come on, pride shouldn't be an obstacle. We should actually we should be friends with correction. We should be very friends, like correction must be a close friend and a companion to us. Because you don't want to get there and then you hear, depart from me. Man, that'll be very painful. Do you guys understand that? It will be very painful to hear those words. Depart from me, the scariest words in all existence. Depart from me, ye who practice lawlessness. So let us be joyful and thankful. I'm very grateful to the Most High through his son, Yahushua Mashiach, that the message can come today. And I thank you, Brother Kazak, for the boldness in opening up the word to us. We appreciate you and we thank you very much. Shalom. And Tiona, the chats are missing you today. they asking where are you? Can anyone hear me though? Brother Maha, can you hear me? Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Everyone is asking where Tiona is. You're not active today. They asking, did you take down the question? And bro, you're muted, Brother Kazak. You're muted.
See what, Samuel?
No, I'm saying Tiona has been missed so much. They asking, did you take down notes? Questions on the YouTube, because there must be questions there.
First question. Nobody heard me. I thought I was. Aye. So if a man is trying to do a horrendous thing to your daughter, are you not stop that man from committing a heinous act against her? Well, that goes without saying. Of course, you are to actually protect your daughter. I don't understand where that question was coming from. Yeah.
It was coming
I think it is coming from the part where you made mention only one thing was the Most High said to go against. It was the mark of the beast. I guess that's where.
Oh, okay. No, man. But, all right. What we were speaking about was authority. He was talking about the authority of the government. That's what we're talking about. So, if a man trying to commit an erroneous act, I think that doesn't have to do with the authority. Whereas, as well, if the authority is trying to do a heinous act against your daughter, then you have to, then Yahuwah's law has to come in, because while we are in captivity, we have to be in obedience to the word of the Most High as well. So being in obedience to the word of the Most High, we have to reject anything of Babylon that does not have to do with the Most High. So, for example, I'll give an example. Babylon tells us that we have to worship on a Sunday, right? The Most High says we must keep the Shabbat. We cannot follow Babylon's Sunday because the Most High says Shabbat. So we keep the Shabbat. Babylon says puts pork in everything, and the Most High says no pork. Then we have to evade what Babylon gives us. So it is, you cannot let them make you go against the word of the Most High, which is why I think it was in Peter, it says, in Romans, it says they're not a terror to good works. So they are there to get us to choose right from wrong, but we are not to rebel against their authority in the sense that it is in line with the Most High's righteousness.
So, Brosy.
Yeah, go ahead.
So with that last one, in other words, then what it should be, if you know that Babylon is going to do and say all these things, which is against Yahuwah's will, that is where fleeing comes in, right? So you cannot go to a man's house and bad him up. You have to leave in place. That's what God is giving in the hand of the wicked. So yeah.
That's it. So you see them, they get unbearable now. When you see them getting unbearable and actually coming into your body now and trying to destroy the temple of the Most High, then you have to flee. Shamuel, you're saying something?
Yeah, I was going to say, so if Babylon tells you to not to worship on a Sunday, and you choose with your family to not worship on a Sunday because it goes against the will of the Father.
Yeah.
And Babylon threatens to kill you and your family, your children. What do you do?
Flee from the midst of Babylon and save every man his soul. Be not cut off in her iniquity, for this is the time of Yahuwah's vengeance. He will render unto her a recompense.
There is one more answer, brother. So you forget one of the answer.
Oh, you go.
Yeah, brother Samuel asks, what would you do? Because so let it be. You accept that debt. You know, what if they bombard you and you can't flee at that time? You can't bounce.
Yes.
Okay, I will.
Yes.
I will be done.
Yes. Exactly. Thank you. Yeah.
That is, I believe that's the understanding whoever is asking the question is trying to get. That when you are faced with the decision in the moment, after not listening to Yahuwah and fleeing from Babylon, should the enemy come at you with right in front of you, there is a gun pointed to your children. What do you do? Do you fight back? Or do you just accept that they're gonna kill you, they've killed your children? What do you do?
Yeah, that would be
that's where they are.
That would be a case of self-sacrifice.
Okay.
In which the Messiah promised a crown of life to those who,
Because I hear people telling whoever to take up arms and to defend, and I'm thinking, okay, if you want to hear if you want to hear the answer, I don't think you'll like it because everyone has taken a stance already, so that's very dangerous. So let's be careful how we lean onto our own understanding when advising people. I just saw it in the chats now, so we have to be very careful. Yeah. So
you can take up arms. That is not emunah. That is not coming from Hamashiach. That is coming from flesh. That is coming from man. All right? It is not loving your life unto the death. It is a time when we have to understand that the reward is for those who died with the Messiah. Those who died with the Messiah are going to be right next to him, are going to be the head of the line. It is a privilege to die in Yahusha. A privilege. because you will be right there with him, next to him. And as a matter of fact, you'll be. It said you're going to be a pillar in the temple. I think I'm not sure if it's that one, but the reward is for those who die in Hamashiach. So it's not just this saving our lives in this world, which is what most of us are concentrating on. The first move is to flee out of Babylon. But if you are kept in Babylon, then it means that our lives will have to be given in order to get us in righteousness. Many of us, it is death that will perfect us. All right? But surely it is not a loss to die. As a matter of fact, it is a gain to die in Hamashiach.
Which is what many are finding difficult to understand and to accept.
Yeah. Very hard to accept. Because we only see in this life. We have to deny ourselves to the point where this life is nothing. That's what the apostles and disciples did. To them, this life was nothing. They were willing. They had so much emunah in the resurrection that they were willing to give up their lives at any time. And as a matter of fact, they welcomed death and celebrated it. When they were to die, many of them celebrated it so much they converted people who were watching, believing in them just because of how much belief that these people had in the resurrection.
Yeah, no, people, believe it. There is a life after here. It does not end here. And without faith, it is impossible to believe these things. It's impossible to please Allah. Because those who believe in Him, they diligently seek Him. That means seeking Him in everything, every area of our lives, every aspect, accepting sometimes some of these hard things. But you need to trust that there is life after death, and the very same spirit that created all things is the very same spirit that raised Yahusha and will raise all they that are obedient all the way even unto their death. All right, let's not be religious. Let's not be like the Christians who say they believe and when it comes to obedience, they find it very hard to do it. So please, brothers and sisters, Yahuwah is spirit, and they that worship Him must worship Him in spirit and in truth. All right. Okay.
And another question someone asked, is it pride to give yourself for a child or a woman? No, it's not pride. It is love. The Mashiach said, greater love hath no man than this, than a man lay down his life for his friend. So if someone lays down their lives for someone, then that is a great love that will be rewarded. It's not pride. I don't know where pride comes in that. That's love.
What would you categorize Elijah's his attitude towards when he was saying to the prophets of Baal, because he was laughing at them and he was telling them, yeah, continue, yeah, are you tired? Keep shouting, keep praying. And he was like almost making a mockery of them. What would we say? Was Elijah prideful at that time? Or was he confident in his power?
That's the word I was going to come in.
We have to be able to tell the difference.
Yeah, it was confidence. And the Most High looked at that confidence as emunah in him. So when you boast yourself, remember we read in the book of Psalms, David said, we make our boast in Allah. So when you boast in Allah, yes, Allah looks on that as righteousness. He looks on that as emunah. And we will not be confounded because we make our boast in him. So it's a confidence that Eliyahu showed. Let me read it. Does the Most High did the Most High mean that it is all right to be a doormat? It's all right to be it's not all right to be a doormat. It is it is righteousness to be a doormat. Remember that.
Yep. And
It
was,
we were called to be like the Messiah. The Messiah was a doormat.
yes. Yes.
Let me tell people, this thing is emunah, and this is where emunah comes in. Am I willing to lay down myself as a doormat? Or will I fight? You're going to fight yourself out of this world and not fight in the next world. If you are a doormat in this world, then in the next world, you will be a king.
Yes.
Choose what you want. Do you want to be what's the opposite of a doormat?
Well,
Do you want to be a king in this world?
a slay king.
Do you want to be a king in this world and nothing in the next world? Or do you want to be nothing in this world and a king for eternity? That is the question.
Mm. Mm. It is a difficult. It's a difficult saying, and that's what we are talking about. It's not all who can receive and accept this, except those with them now. And please, like everything looks like, the Most High compares salvation. It says it's like a drop as compared to a wave. Always have this picture in your mind. You can go to the internet and Google what a drop looks like, and then Google also what a wave looks like, and put the two together and see the criteria for salvation. This is not for everybody except those that really love Yahuwah with all their heart, all their mind, all their soul, and all their strength. It's not a walk in the park. It's very tough. So it's understood when people are trying to find ways to bypass it, to say, are you a doormat? And of course you are a doormat. You will be a doormat to the world. Don't you know how hard it is to be righteous in this world? Mm-hmm. This world is filled with sin. So much wickedness. They hate the truth. The moment you start speaking the truth, do you know what is going to happen to you? You are going to be sidelined. You are going to be neglected, rejected. Even your own family is going to isolate you and say you are mad. Now, how can you, isn't that all signs of a doormat? Because a person with pride is not going to stand and be labeled as a doormat. You're gonna defend yourself. You're going to rise up and try and prove to them that you are actually smarter and better. And that will put you in total opposite to the word of the Most High. You see, the perfection we are talking about here, it's not a walk in the park. It's a mark of a high calling. It's a high calling. It's not a medium. It's not the world standard. The Most High's calling is a high calling because the rewards thereof is nothing you can comprehend and nothing we can compare anything on this world to. So we have to have the faith of Yahusha. That's what we are saying. If you don't have Yahusha, you can never know what righteousness really should look like or looks like. So when you look at his life is going to show you whether you are following him in him or you are actually playing. And that is where we are right now. Many are beginning to hear the word and the seriousness and the severity, and they are beginning to wonder, do I really want this? And it's a good place to be because you have to really introspect so that you don't lie to yourself. So it's a good place. So please, it's allowed. It's allowed for all these comments to come in and all that, but you need to understand that now you cannot play with Yahuwah's words. You need to fear Yahuwah in order to shun evil.
And bro, yeah, there's another part of the question. Another part that someone was asking, didn't David have weapons though? And Judas Maccabeus, but I know it is a different time. And that's it. We are in a different covenant. We are in the new covenant where the law is magnified and the law is written in our hearts. And it's all about the Ruach. Remember, we are Ruach and we are spirit. We are flesh. We are sarx and we are Ruach. So the covenant, the old covenant was more about the flesh because the response was a fleshly response to sin in that you physically took animals and you killed them as atonement for your sin. But this covenant, it is a spiritual covenant where the atonement of our sin is through belief in Yahushua HaMashiach. So now, the HaMashiach came and showed us the life of a doormat, for want of a better term. He showed us the life of a doormat. And why is that? Because in order for us to attain unto life eternal, we have to prove that we can overcome our own selves, we can overcome sin, and the temptation to sin by living like the doormat lived, like the Messiah lived. Now, after this dispensation, after this time, when the Messiah returns, then we shall return as kings with him. We shall rise with him as kings. So, just as he did his thing as a doormat, and the Most High lifted him up and raised him from the dead and gave him honors beyond honors and put him up on top of the world. So when we go through our process of being a doormat, then we too will be the brethren of Hamashiach, and we will be raised up just as Hamashiach, and we will be given the rewards as being kings as Hamashiach. But we have to go through this process of being nothing. You cannot attain unto the kingdom of the Most High by living like or similar to the people in this world. We have to prove ourselves to be so above these people that we are willing to be nothing and to be stepped upon, to be abused, to be destroyed, to be killed for righteousness' sake. That is emunah, and that proves that we have the Ruach of Hamashiach in us. That Ruach that says, nevertheless, not my will, but thy will be done. The same Ruach that was in Hamashiach, that when they tried to get him, he just ran away from them. Even though he could call how many legions to defend himself, he ran.
Yes.
And when they came for him the last time, he just gave up himself. That is the same emunah that should be in us.
It's very, you see how hard it's, and this is the Ruach actually bringing this out, because we have to know, we have to see ourselves, we have to really not lie to ourselves, because it will be painful to walk into this whole thing, to be before the judgment seat of the Most High and realize I deceived myself. That is a strong delusion. So it's best for all these things to come out now. Yahusha, who had all the power, bro, to just destroy his foes, to just annihilate with one word. Look at what Elijah did. Didn't Elijah call fire on the soldiers? Yahusha could have done the very same thing and probably worse. But he laid down his life. All right. So the word says, with the joy set before him. The thing is, many cannot see that joy. And that's where the issue starts from. And it takes emunah, it takes faith to be able to see that joy that we are talking about, the reward, the promise. So Yahusha, who knew no sin, became a doormat for us. Whose righteousness is far better than Yahusha to talk about being a doormat? Yahusha is our example. So he who knew no sin has laid down his life for you and I, even before we discovered we were sinners. Because when we're living in sin, we didn't know. Now that we know, we realize the man actually did the work of love long time, even before we actually came to know we actually needed it. So who are we to not lay down our lives right now in the very self-same manner? Now that we have the knowledge, we have the understanding. So let us walk in humility and in emunah, trusting in the testimony and in the works of Yahushua Mashiach as well, and then following it, our example. All right, bro.
All right. So we read this verse, please. Revelation 20, verse 4.
And I saw thrones, and they sat upon them, and judgment was given unto them. And I saw the souls of them that were beheaded for the witness of Yahusha, and for the word of Alua, and which had not worshipped the beast, neither his image, neither had received his mark upon their foreheads or in their hands. And they lived and reigned with Mashiach 1,000 years.
You see that? The souls of them that were beheaded for the witness and for the word of Alua. These people are honorable mention of reigning with Mashiach for the 1,000 years. Okay? So
Yes.
it is not a thing. It is what it is. You see, let me tell you something about, and somebody wrote that some of the camps preach that, some of the camps preach that when it says when the Messiah sent for the sword, etc., that is what they should do. These people, they preach all sorts of things to get themselves out of Emunah, out of Yahusha. Yahusha is a stumbling stone to most of the Hebrew Israelites. You can tell you that. Sorry
Yes.
to say, but it is true. A stumbling stone. So they try to go around him in all different ways. Okay? So they are
Yes.
going to tell you all different carnal things to escape Hamashiach. Because to them, for these people to be ruling us for 400 years, now we know what they are. They have been treating us so bad for so much, and now we know who we are. And they have the scriptures. They take from the scriptures the things that they need
Yes.
to get them what they want, to get
Yes.
them to fight against the people and to have something over the people. So they do not look at it from an objective point of view. They look at it as to what can I get out of this. Many of them do that.
Yes.
So that is why you're going to have things that tell you that you must take up weapons and you must this and you must that, because they have Hamashiach is a stumbling stone to them.
This is a temptation that is going to happen in these times to our people, brother, and we have to share this as well. The temptation is going to be that after so long, after our plight, after the suffering, right now many are going to spot this as an opportunity, and they're going to be those that are in the flesh. They're going to think this is an opportunity for them to amass wealth and to enjoy themselves, and these are the very same people that are going to preach these kind of messages, because they have seen an opportunity to amass wealth through the people again for themselves. Such people cannot lay down their lives for you, neither will they be a true example. Because after so long, after us suffering for so long, many of our people are going to try and save their lives in this time, because the devil is going to literally give them some of this very same thing that was offered to Yahusha, the pride of life, pride of lust of the eyes, lust of the what? All those things is going to be offered to these leaders again. And many of them are going to take and accept that and lie with the very same truth again, just to cause many people to continue to fall away. So we have to be very careful, because it says he who saves his life will what? Will lose it. Will lose it. You go and defend yourself and you are saving your what are you saving it for? Because you believe the kingdom is here and you have to enjoy it here before you die?
Shalom, bro.
Yes, brother.
Could read those things. This is a problem that we have with our brothers. Most of our brothers do not follow the way. I don't know, but I've never heard any preaching on the resurrection of the dead, the hope in the resurrection of the dead. Okay? I don't know.
Yeah.
I've just personally have not. I've watched many of them. I have not seen this. So the resurrection of the dead is what is actually powerfully missing. Read from verse 14 to 15, please.
This I confess unto thee, that after the way which they call heresy, so worship I the Alua of my fathers, believing all things which are written in the law and in the prophets, and have hope towards Alua, which they themselves also allow, that there shall be a resurrection of the dead, both of the just and unjust.
All right. So many of them do not emphasize or teach this. So there is not this sacrificial mindset where we know if we give up, we are ready to give up because we know that there will be a reward. All right. So most are not followers of the way. They are followers of a religion, a new religion that has been created, most of us. All right.
Yes.
So the resurrection of the dead, this is what is extremely, extremely important. That is the hope that we have in, which is why we can be a doormat and be ready to die.
Yes.
And someone just asked if we should fight if we are cornered by the army. And I think we have already established that if it is the authorities who have cornered you, you surrender to them. If they have put you to death, then you give thanks to the Most High that you have been counted worthy to die for his name. Simple.
And the word even says that some of you will be jailed 10 days. Some of you will be arrested. Some of you will be thrown into jails and be killed. It's already, so if you are cornered and you are arrested, isn't that the scriptures being manifested right before your very eyes? Do you see anywhere that says fight for your life? Fight or flight? Do you see anything like that? If you can escape of them, you should escape. Yeah.
And it also says, be faithful unto death. That means you have to be ready to die. Simple. Many people, let me tell you something. A false gospel has been preached to our people. Our people were not taught the way. Our people were taught religion. Yes? And the religions are religions of comfort. Religions that assure you that everything's going to be okay. No, man, everything's going to be okay. It is not taught that you might find yourselves in a situation where you might have to give up your life or your life will be taken from you for righteousness' sake. Much of that is not taught. We just taught that Messiah is coming back and he's going to destroy you all and he's going to this and that. Yeah, you're saying something.
I'm saying we've never been taught that from day one, from birth.
Yeah.
Through religion, through Christianity, all the way to the way. No one, until I came into the way was when I started hearing things like, yeah, you're going to suffer. I'm like, huh? Suffering for who? For what? Like, that ain't my portion. You know, it was true. It was a difficult one we fought with for a long time. But I mean, think about it. It says, count it all joy. Count what all joy? What are we counting? We are counting what? The blessings only? What about the tribulations, the afflictions, the suffering, and the death that is to come? So how are we faithful all the way unto our death? And this is where it becomes tricky. This is where those who profess to love the Most High with their mouth and their hearts are far away are discovered. This is where we see them. This is where the boys are separated from the men, the girls from the women. This is where the demarcation is. Those who love Yahuwah are going to walk through the fire all the way. Abraham went into the fire. You can list all of them literally. Joseph went into everybody, every single one of them had their own trial. And many of them, should death had come, they would have accepted it and gone with it. And this is the difference with our faith and their faith, the faith that was once given unto our fathers. This is it, contending for this faith, not this prosperity gospel that Christianity has embedded us with, that today it's hard for us to lay down our lives for anything. We don't believe in sacrifices. This is a generation where decisions are made on feelings. And we all know feelings are not steady. Feelings are not sacrificial enough. You will change your mind tomorrow because you made your decisions on feelings. You have to make decisions and stand by them because they are right. Because Yahuwah says they are what? They are right, and be willing to even be shamed and die for it. That is what we are never taught. So you find many people, oh, it doesn't feel good. Oh, Yahuwah hates me now because I'm suffering. No. This is a real walk here. You are in the truth now, and the whole truth has to be made manifest. Remember, the Holy Spirit was promised to what? To lead us into what? All truth, not some. And this is the harder part of the truth. After you have been weaned from the milk, you start eating the meat, and then you start breaking the bones, the harder things to deal with. These are the harder stuff to chew on. So yes, let us count it all joy when we face all these diverse afflictions, sufferings, and all that. It is all for the glory of the Most High Yahuwah. What an honor to lay down our lives for His word. Man, it's a privilege.
Yep. All right. So times are going. So I want to thank you all for joining us here. Don't see any more questions. Hope we answered your questions correctly as we looked at pride today. Giving thanks and praise to the Most High, for He has been merciful and great in offering and giving us this teaching here today. Just want to thank Him for his words of sanctification. Let's hope that they make a difference to us as moving forward and as we continue to strive towards the mark of the high calling, which is in Yahushua HaMashiach, to whom we look for all things that are righteous. The righteousness of Alua is in him. We seek to follow him, to emulate him, to be like him, to walk as he walked. And that is how we will overcome pride. That is how we overcome this world. And that is how we will attain a crown of life in his kingdom to come. All right. So this is Kazak Eliyahu Yasharal. Please like, share, comment on this video. And thank you all for your comments. Yes. The comments really work because it's a comment that has motivated this teaching today and several other teachings as well. Comment that has motivated us to, actually highlight our flaws today. It came through a comment. So please continue to comment on as we go, as we continue to grow. All right. So Razak Eliyahu Yasharal here on behalf of my co-host Shamual. Fabi, I just want to say shalom everyone till next time. We'll continue on Just a Word Radio until we are through. All right. Shalom.